Build a website you love.
Hey, Caesar, the Yay leaving San Fierro, right?
Right, but they're using bikes, CJ, and they go cross-country.
Not right now. I gotta check into some shit.
Generation model. Let's talk about Sora 2, the new image generation model created by OpenAI, because we are beyond cooked, and I want to talk about two things. But first, someone should go to jail for this, is my main point of this video. This is a body cam footage of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Captain, keep your hands on the wheel. You almost wiped out 3 cars back there. Put it in park, now!
I'm sorry, officer. I just...
Don't move. Door's locked. Unlock it right now.
I can't get a ticket.
Hey, stop the car!
Now, I gotta be honest, the first time I saw this video, I was pretty amused. But the most shocking thing is just how much they got the voice, the whole character of SpongeBob SquarePants. They've obviously trained on a bunch of copyrighted data. Like, we're used to these companies spitting in the face of copyright, but usually they at least try to prevent you from generating this kind of material because of the potential legal liability of someone suing them for copyrighted content. There's been a ton of this body cam footage created about, you know, Pikachu. There's one of Rick and Morty. And, you know, one thing I want to point out is just, you know, yes, okay, people are going to say, yes, I can tell that it's AI generated. But again, more and more, you can't. More and more, it's getting closer to the real thing and is going to be replacing the actual copyrighted work's value. Like, in this clip, someone generates the idea of Rick and Morty playing Elden Ring together, complete with voices, you know, all these kind of things, and it's passable.
No, dodge, you pixelated pretzel. Roll, you medieval idiot.
He's still swinging,
Thank you for
Rick.
the play-by-play.
He's still swinging.
I can see the gigantic sword, Morty. Thank you for the play-by-play.
Oh my God, the health bar.
Why
does
it
he
so
have a
big?
second
Drink
phase?
it. I'm out of...
So look, you just have to look beyond the curve of this and see how insane it is that OpenAI, number one, is just... doesn't care at all about training on everyone's data, whether it's copyrighted or not, whether it's owned by the biggest IP holders or not. We're going to see the Goliath versus Kong battle of Disney versus OpenAI, I think. But think about how insulted you'd be if you painstakingly created these characters only to have people on Sora just be like, yeah, we're gonna just take that and let everyone generate whatever they want in your same style. It just seems so wrong to me. I mean, I know some people are like, look, copyright should die, whatever. I don't care about the artist. But the problem is that if we allow this, if we allow people to race to the bottom, there isn't going to be any economics for artists. Like, there aren't going to be artists. It's just going to be an endless feed of AI slop. And I think that's bad, and I think that's the world we're going to with Sam Altman. People are even joking about the fact that Sam Altman is just stealing stuff from other people, generating, you know, a video of Sam Altman stealing from Studio Ghibli, which obviously that's the other... It seems like every time OpenAI gets the news for their, you know, big image generation, video generation, it's mostly built around stealing from other people. Last time it was when all your friends created, like, Studio Ghibli versions of their profile picture. Now it's just the video version of that.
Man, that's so cool. Everything is free. Okay, I'm taking these.
Boy, dame that. Bring those back.
Whoa, gotta go.
Stop. Give them back.
Nope, too late.
Hey, come back here.
Free art, baby.
That's what OpenAI is doing. They're just going, everybody's stuff, that's ours now. That's going to be for us. Now, this is the main guy at OpenAI. He's the head of Sora, at least. And he says Sora's #1 in the App Store. It's been epic to see what the collective creativity of humanity is capable of so far. You know, they're all happy that they're #1, but the collective creativity of mankind, mostly on my feed, is just other people's work put into body cam photos, or it's just Sam Altman stealing people's work as a meta commentary for what this app is. And, you know, I want to address that OpenAI has been trying something new. This is a breaking article from the Wall Street Journal where Sora is now asking copyright holders to opt out. In other words, if you don't opt out, you're going to be automatically opted in to letting everyone use your stuff, which I don't know, it's so weird and dystopian that you have to go beg the AI companies from not just stealing all your market value by putting you in their slop content. It's just wild to me. Also, this only appears to be about the generated works, not the fact that they're going to train on your stuff and possibly make a very similar copy to what you have anyways. It's just that your specific character might not appear, whereas like someone can make something that's 90% similar to what you're doing. I don't know. It just strikes me as so dystopian that all the value is accruing to like one guy who's stolen everyone else's stuff to generate slop videos with. It's just, I don't know if anyone else sees it that way. Here's Bob Ross's work getting, of course, repurposed. Somebody generated him painting a gorilla versus, 100 men.
We'll just tap in a few more little fellas down here at his feet. They're having a rough day, maybe a flash of a bayonet with a splash of red. That gives the story some energy. Now, obviously, the gorilla would win. There's no question.
Let's just bring Bob Ross back from the grave. I wonder if he can opt out of appearing in Sora. Is that, even possible? And that brings me to other dead people being basically thrown into the real world. And as Sora and these video generation models in general get better at making people's voices sound realistic and getting their mouths to sync up, it is a real question of, desecrating people's memory by just animating them to life and getting them to say things that they would have never said.
So, now that we're back from the dead, who should we go spook?
Diddy!
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
Honestly, I can see a bit of humor here, but it's just overwhelmed for me by the dystopia that we're headed into. Here's another generated version of Family Guy, complete with their voices and, animation.
Bad feeling. And not the cool movie kind. More like when you eat gas station sushi.
You had a bad feeling before breakfast, Peter. You said the toaster was looking at you funny.
Yeah, well, it was.
The guy who generated this, by the way, said he just put in Family Guy, Star Wars joke. We're actually so close to 4 more good iterations and no lawsuits, and I'm generating all my entertainment. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the attitude of a lot of these, pro AI guys. Why do you need artists? Why do you need, anyone else? You could just generate your own stuff. I don't know. I think this is going to be probably divisive among the people who just could care less about artists losing their job or losing their livelihood and just want the slop, and people who kind of see how dystopian this stuff is going to get. But I think basically the only thing standing between OpenAI right now and basically taking over is going to be lawyers. Now, the final thing I want to talk about is not just about copyrighted content. It's just about the world we're headed into anyways. One thing that Sora claims is that, their app is good because they're always going to notify you that they're AI generated with this little Sora icon. Literally within a day, people figured out how to remove this icon, meaning people can just upload it to any app and have people believe it. And some people are going to say, "Oh, no one's going to fall for this stuff, right?" Well, ladies and gentlemen, exhibit number 1. Here's Joe Rogan falling for some AI, slop.
Did you see where he had a "fuck Trump" shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator? Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. Is that really him?
It's real.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
AI generated.
No, it's real.
It's real.
No, look, I can tell it's not real.
I love it. It's real.
Yeah, that's, by the way, is kind of the answer that people get when they find out stuff is AI generated. They go, but I love it. That's real, right? That's got to be real. I want it to be real. That is pretty much the response. So Joe Rogan, and look, I don't care about the politics of it, but Joe Rogan starts making fun of this guy for an AI generated video of him. When told it's wrong, he's just like, but I like it. But it fits with what I believe about the world already.
I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something
But that's his
dumb.
essence.
And there it is. I believed it because I already thought it. Yeah, so we are so cooked. I mean, from an artist standpoint of just no copyright not mattering anymore unless these lawsuits go through, which already a few of them have started, but obviously OpenAI is ratcheting up the stakes here, allowing people to fully copyright infringe on other people's IP. But in addition to that, we are just going to be in a post-truth society overall. I mean, nobody is going to be able to believe anything anymore, given the fact you are starting to be able to generate realistic videos where people's voices are being copied. People are realistically lit. It's a real problem, and I at least hope people are going to put up some fight against it.
Chris asks, do you think they would have hired Dan and Jason if Ryan had not passed? No.
And I'm a liberal.
I think if Ryan had not passed, that business would have stopped existing within 9 months, 12 months, something like that. I think that... So the thing that happened was when he passed away, there was a sudden influx of interest in the brand that was shocking to everyone at the company. Because they were just like, this video game website, whatever, who cares? Like, nah, And then when that happened, suddenly it was like this huge outpouring, this massive outpouring. And seeing how many people cared and how deeply they cared, suddenly there was like, these guys are going to walk out the door if we don't find a way to keep them here. And I was very close to walking out the door because of some contract situation stuff that had, and the management at the time, the guy running it was an idiot. And there was a situation in place where by me signing another contract, other people made some money off of that. And so I ended up re-signing, but then Ryan passed away before that money made it to him. And before the contract would have been fulfilled in a way that stuff happened. And so, but yes, so suddenly there was a guy who was the right-hand man of the head of the company that was like, hey, why don't you, let's figure out some podcast ads. Let's figure out this, let's figure out that, and so suddenly there was a lot of interest in what we were doing because they were like, wait a minute, there's got to be a way to make money, right? And so it's but like at the time, I was just about done there because they had really treated me pretty poorly. They had, the guy there, it was like clear that they were just going to keep moving goalposts on us instead of letting us expand. We were like making the case for why we needed more people. And they're like, well, what if you did these numbers? And it's like, we're already doing those numbers. Oh, what about these ones instead? Like literally happened in a meeting. And it was just like, are you fucking kidding me? So yeah, I mean, yes, his passing, is the only reason that I think that thing made it, like more than a year or so, like into 2013, 2014, whatever it was. Because I think I would have been out of there. And then I think everyone was so knocked for a loop by that, obviously. And then suddenly there was this weird influx of interest in the business. And so suddenly we were spending time going like, okay, well, here's a plan that gets us from this number of people to this number of people, and we'll hire I still have that sheet somewhere. Like, we're going to hire we'll get like a part-time person here, and then 3 quarters later we'll do this, and we'll shoot for this, and it was a whole plan, like a 3-year plan. Suddenly, none of that ever came to pass. But so we ended up spending all this time in these meetings, like figuring this stuff out, and then like, and then the people that would help us orchestrate that element and that would have been in place to force it to happen, they started leaving. So it was just like this sudden thing. It was like, oh well, okay, I guess that's not happening. And I think it's yeah, it's a weird. It's been a weird ride. Obviously, I don't know what else to say about it. But that's. I mean, I asked Ryan what I should do, and you should sign that. You should sign that contract. And I was like, all right, I guess. I mean, if if it would help you, and he was about to get married and everything, and I was like, okay. Oh my Lord, you are fine. I wouldn't have. I probably would not have signed the deal. I probably would not have stayed. If he hadn't given me that advice. And then, yeah, like I said, he was not around to, and then everything changed. It was I mean, obviously it was a mess, right? I mean, a guy that I had known forever passing away so suddenly like that, it was fucking crushing, but then, like, yes, all the business around it was so fucking weird too. And then we kept at it for a lot of years after that, and it was just like, I don't know, it's just we kept going. But weird how life happens. Weird how suddenly you blink and 10 years are gone by or whatever it was.
Yep,
I was 11. True. No, I was at GameSpot for 11 years. And then this would have been, 13 or something like that? I don't know. It's weird because it never felt, that thing never stopped feeling like the new thing I was doing after GameSpot. Like even as I did it longer than I did
baby.
GameSpot.
I'm gonna treat you so good. I'll pick you up later.
And then obviously all that stuff changed in ways that I'm not going to go into again. This is just not even worth it. But yeah, it's a fucking crazy business on its own, and then you mix in a bunch of real life along the way, and it just the weird stuff gets weirder. Yeah, I don't know. Well, what time is it here? I'm gonna get going pretty soon. Not to just be like, oh yeah, all this stuff happened anyway. Peace out. But yeah, I obviously it's fucking terrible when people lose their job. Especially when people that are like good at a thing.
That's all you got.
It didn't. You're like, oh, we're like skilled, talented people across these brands that are now out on the street. I think that fucking sucks. And
Get out of the way, shithead.
yeah. It's yeah. Thanks to everyone for hanging out with this thing that I've been doing here, and being on Patreon, making it happen here. I mean it. I love this shit. I live for this shit. This is, and I live for a lot more shit now. And that's maybe part of it. I changed a lot over the last, 5 years, let's call it 3.5 years, 4 years. But, I decided, this is, I decided after Ryan passed away that I needed to stop fucking around and figure out what I wanted to do with my actual life. That was the thing I took from that, was like, what the fuck am I doing? I've devoted every waking minute of my adult life to video games, to this business. And time again, this business will prove to you that it does not give a fuck about you. And that it will grind you into fucking dust if you let it.
It doesn't matter what you go into. Music, video games, drywall.
And so I decided, you know, like, hey, I'm gonna allow room in my life for someone else. I'm gonna try to, you know, and try to be more open. I'm gonna try to, you know, you know, I had blown relationships over video game reviews before. You know, I bailed on dates because a review copy of the game came in, and it's like funny to joke about it and everything. You know, it's like, hey, man, fucking sorry, Tony Hawk's Underground came out and came in, and that's way more important than going to this, going on this date or whatever, right? Yeah. That one I stand by. Thug is a fucking awesome. But the thing I decided, you know, is that I'm gonna try to make room for both. I'm gonna try to make room for, you know, to have a family. I'm gonna try to make room to settle down and you know, all the stuff that, like, I was maybe like running from in a weird way or something. But it was time to figure all that shit out. And so I made a concerted effort to kind of figure my shit out. And met someone, got married, settled down, and got to a point where I was just trying to put fucking, I stopped smashing as many windows with baseball bats and you know, breaking into abandoned buildings. And, you know, they banned the Good Four Loko anyway, so it's not like that was going to be fun. But yeah, you know, I met someone and got married, and now we've got 2 kids. And, you know, I decided along the way there that was just like, hey, I'm not going to fucking be there sometimes. Sometimes people are going to ask me a fucking question, and I'm not going to have a fucking immediate answer because I'm going to fucking live my life, you know, especially in the middle of the fucking pandemic and everything else. And, you know, so, you know, my schedule got weird and erratic over the last few years because I want to be able to hang out with the fucking kids. And it's like I was always putting in a minimum of 40 hours on the job, but I was not going to be willing to put in 80 anymore. You know, I'm not gonna be willing to do the 60-hour week, you know, like, unless there was a damn good reason to do it. You know, E3 and stuff, you know, like the game of the year, like the big moments where you go like, well, this is just what this is and this is how we have to do it. But like, nah, man. And if I can't, you know, if I can't work a like reasonable schedule, and by reasonable I mean a minimum of 40, you know, and do this job effectively, then that's not, I don't know if I can do it that way anymore. And I certainly don't want to like take the people that report to me or whatever and try to force them down the same fucking broken road that I went down. I'm like, no, not for these people, not for any people.
On the inside of your copy.
And so I, you know.
Oh yeah, is it full moon tonight?
So yeah, I, you know, and that's caused a bunch of weird sacrifices and splits. And, you know, there's just a bunch of people I don't keep up with anymore because I got kids and I'm trying to do this job, and you know, that doesn't leave a ton of room for
I'm recording.
And I've always been bad at reaching out to people anyway.
Oh yeah. Kids are
and
going to go back.
keeping in touch with people
my
that I don't see
dad.
on a regular basis.
He was
and
such
that's
a
the weirdest
great
thing
guy.
about, you know, not being there
so
anymore is like
funny.
the people that I was working with
My
were the
dad
only
was so
people I was
funny.
talking to on a regular basis other than my wife and kids. And
What?
now it's my wife and kids, you know, and I just
No,
have,
they're going
you
to
know,
fast
I'm on
forward all the
Discord here
good
and there
parts
talking
to
to
the
people
bad
and
part.
stuff, but it's like,
Yeah,
I
there's
just
my
don't,
dad.
I'm bad. I'm a real
There's
outside
my
out
dad.
of mind kind of person. And
Telling
that's
my mom to
bad
shut
for
up.
friendships and shit.
That
but it's
was
just like,
him.
you know, these kids are real young, and they're only going to be real young once, and it takes a lot of fucking time.
The I Beat My Wife club gets smaller every year.
Be present for that stuff, and I'm going to do my best at it. And, you know,
It's an inclusive
if there are
fucking
people out
club
there
now,
that
bro.
don't like that, then I don't care.
Ain't
There are people out there that's
Ain't many
just like, you need to
motherfuckers
do
left
it.
in here.
There'll come a time. Like I said, I've got things I want to do on the other end of, you know.
Stop it. I don't beat you.
There's places where I want this to grow. That I want to I would love to have a team in place to be able to do more, and so I've got ideas about what this looks like 5 years from now, and different versions, different variants about like, well, if we get this could be this, and this could be this.
Fucking drones are going to hover.
And I've spent a lot of time
for an
thinking
arrest.
about
I bet you get a
because I do
warrant.
think that there's
The drone
value
is gonna-
in
that's
having
be the
a
first
group of
one.
people working together.
There'll
But
be a drone on your front porch. Like, you have a warrant to show up.
that shit is
This
that
is
shit
your
takes
first
time. That
warning.
shit takes and right now,
Next
I'm
will come the
really loving what I'm
robot
doing.
dogs.
I got ideas on how I
No,
want to
I'm being
expand the
serious,
Patreon
right?
and kind of do more interviews, and that's taken longer than I wish it did. And but hey, we'll get there. That's the hope, right?
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace.
Okay,
Something
dude.
like
Yeah.
whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat. Or whisperingboom.com for your
It's
shouting
going to keep
retreat.
going. It's going to keep
Whatever
going
you're
until I
doing,
actually click on
Squarespace-
it. It
I
did.
think a lot of
It
people
did,
do
dude.
blame Israel for Charlie Kirk's
A lot of those
assassination. I know a
commercials,
lot of people
dude,
do.
until you stop.
And I wonder how many
I
people
swear,
at
that's
the
the
Talking
data.
Points
It's just
USA,
gathering
not the
data
people in
to
the
see how
leadership, but
long
the
it can
members, the rank and
go
file
until you get
college
annoyed
kids,
enough to
because they're
fucking click
already
the
turned
hit
against
skip.
Israel. And
You thought it was
I
a
don't,
good
I
thing.
don't
They
see
were
this
like, just
coming
skip
back
the
the way
commercials.
Benjamin
They're
Netanyahu
like, dude,
or
that's where
Donald
that's
Trump
how they gather the
or
information.
anybody in the leadership at Talking Points University
That's their biggest, whatever you
thinks it's
call it,
going to turn out.
revenue generator.
Before I let
Is
you
when you
go,
hit
is
that
there
skip
any?
button and
So
why,
you've been all over
who
the place.
you
You wrote
were,
that great
you
article
know what I mean, your
exposing the meaning
socioeconomics, your race,
with Ackman and all
all
those
combined with where
influencers
you
with Charlie
live,
Kirk on Long Island,
and how
the
long you
Hamptons. So
listen before you hit
is there any?
skip.
What's the most recent update on that?
That's
Well,
half
I
of
had
video
a
games,
third
man. I'm
part
telling you, they're
to
just
it, which
gathering
is that
information on
Robert
people.
Shillman, who was
That's
one
the
of the
real
foremost,
money.
I would say,
Just like
anti-Islam
Pokimane and their stupid
pro-Israel
fucking
donors in the
contests.
U.S. Like
That's
really
all to get
interested
people's
in
emails, dude.
demonizing
She's selling
Muslims as a
people's
whole and
information.
funding organizations that do that, and was a longtime donor to Charlie Kirk through the David Horowitz Freedom Center. I reported that he pulled out of TPUSA because Charlie Kirk kept giving a platform to Tucker Carlson. He was going to put Marjorie Taylor Greene on stage at the next America Fest. And Charlie Kirk was trying to sort of straddle the divide between his Zionist donors, who helped make him who he was, and the conservative grassroots that was moving away from this. And Robert Shillman was like, I'm out of here. You have to completely toe the Likud line. That's according to many sources. Shillman has sponsored Laura Loomer in the past, Tommy Robinson in the UK, and all these
Laura
sorts of
Loomer and
figures.
Tommy Robinson.
And so now,
dude, wow, that's pretty hardcore people.
Netanyahu or someone close to him has released this letter that Charlie Kirk supposedly delivered to him in the weeks before his death, basically advising him on how to improve Israel's image. And he's basically saying, you have to do it yourselves. Stop counting on us to do it. It's sort of embarrassing for me. And stop trying to use us to sell your war with Iran. And it's being framed by Bill Ackman and other pro-Israel elements as evidence that Charlie Kirk was just a dyed-in-the-wool Zionist to the end. But it really shows the conflict at the same time. It's a weird letter. It's a digital reproduction with no date on it. And it's not how Netanyahu initially framed it when he attempted to claim the legacy of Charlie Kirk. And before a suspect was even arrested, this was in a video message, blamed the radical left and Muslims in the U.S. to try to spin it against Israel's enemies. I mean, that has failed for Netanyahu. And since then, he's had to come out, for some reason, he felt compelled, not once, but twice, to deny playing a role in the killing of Charlie Kirk. So this is all part of the propaganda collapse that Israel's experiencing under Netanyahu.
So you're saying that that letter that Netanyahu referenced immediately
Why would
after
he come
Charlie
out
Kirk's
and say
assassination,
that, dude? That's
and he said I had this
weird
letter,
thing.
and he said all these great, how much he loved Israel, and how he wouldn't be
Michigan
able
State
to
prison right
come
there.
to Israel on that.
Why would he come
on
out and say that,
Benjamin
dude?
Netanyahu. That same letter, because Candace Owen was saying, why don't you read the rest of the letter? Why don't you show the whole letter? And so you're saying you now do have access to that letter, and that letter says that what you just said, that
the letter came out and he's saying, I'm pro-Israel and, I believe in the Judeo-Christian alliance, but we're I'm summarizing or paraphrasing it, but you're putting all of the weight on our shoulders to do your work, and this needs to come from Israel itself to convince Americans that we should go to war with Iran and stand with Israel, and it should come from your media, which is interesting because I also had a source who is a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk tell me that he had rejected a funding offer from Netanyahu in which Netanyahu would sort of organize his consortium of millionaires and billionaires to pump money into TPUSA in exchange for Charlie Kirk's total obedience on this issue. I would assume that would mean like no more Tucker Carlson keynote speeches, and that he rejected it. And, it's been reported, and I reported this, that he rejected the trip that Netanyahu offered to Israel as well. I think Charlie Kirk probably was no friend of, there was no evidence he was like a friend of Palestinians or that he was some anti-war guy, but he was suffering from serious Israel fatigue. And that's for sure. Everything I reported was corroborated by Charlie Kirk's public statements. And now we know he lost one of his largest longtime donors, Robert Shillman, who is actually going to have a plaque erected for him at a building inside TPUSA's headquarters. And he said, no, cancel that. I'm done with you. Maybe they'll take him back now.
Yeah, well, it seems that they're trying as hard as they can to turn TPUSA into a Zionist organization.
They want to bury this issue, and I don't know where Erica Kirk stands on it. I'll have more reporting just on TPUSA in general and where they're going, so I don't want to telegraph any punches. But it would be much more comfortable for them in dealing with the donor class to bury this issue completely. But at the same time, they're not kicking Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene off the stage at their upcoming December event. And that's because they don't want to lose what's left of the grassroots. It would be sort of like a star-studded Super Bowl style extravaganza, kind of like the fairly tasteless memorial with pyrotechnics, but with like no one in the seats, like no excitement there. And another point is, Megyn Kelly filled Charlie Kirk's place at one of the stops on his tour where he was killed, so he couldn't finish the tour. And she was asked many times.
No, and I literally
questions
remember
about Israel
dreaming, like seeing
Israeli
David
influence
Lynch
in the
looking
United
down
States,
at me.
specifically about
And
Bill
me going,
Ackman
and I
and
remember,
Robert
because I
Shillman.
remember saying,
Stuff
why
I
the
never
fuck
thought I
is
would
Dave?
hear
Because I'm not
conservative
that big
youth
of a
say in
fan.
public.
Like,
And she just had to
I
deflect.
haven't
She had
even
no
watched all
answer
his
for it
movies
at
or
all.
anything.
This was
So
what
it's
Charlie
like,
Kirk was sort of
why the fuck is
expecting.
David Lynch
And so
in
he was
my
being
dream?
very closely managed
You know those things that'll
by a
stick out
small
in your
group
dreams, the little moments?
of Netanyahu cutouts
Yeah, I remember
in
that.
the U.S. and
Like, what
Israel.
the
He was having to
fuck?
have constant Zoom
It
calls with
doesn't make a
them.
lot
They're
of
trying to
sense. You know
set
what I
up a
mean?
WhatsApp group with him.
So,
And they said that he was sort of
then the next day I
resistant
see
to
this
it.
thumbnail with
And,
David
I
Lynch
can
in it.
understand.
Like, oh
He
my
wants
God,
to advance
that's making
his
something
agenda in
make
the United
meaning or,
States,
yeah.
and he just has to do this to please the donors. It would get pretty annoying,
It's like,
if
why is
not
David Lynch in
aggravating,
my
and then they
dream?
would start attacking him if he didn't say what they wanted.
You fucking cultists.
It was kind of bizarre to see
Because they
the
put this
Prime
picture
Minister
out
of
there.
Israel
No, you would
twice
argue, yeah. They put
come
his
out
picture
and
out there. They
vehemently
talk about
deny
David Lynch all the time.
that
The next thing
he
you
had
know, it's
anything to
3
do with
o'clock in the
killing Charlie
morning.
Kirk. That was
And
kind
you're
of bizarre
dreaming of fucking David
to see,
Lynch.
which
Have you ever seen
the
anything
fuck
like that?
is happening
Ever?
right now?
No, I've never seen anything. I've never seen anything like a foreign leader come to brag about using social media to propagandize Americans for another country. I just never, and everybody just like, oh yeah, that's normal. It's not normal. Imagine any other leader of any other country saying that, and it would be met with outrage. But because it's Israel and because Donald Trump has bosses and so the bosses tell him his boss, one of them is Benjamin Netanyahu, and I just can't get over how bizarre this is. I wish I could fast forward 5 years to see how this all turns out, but I cannot see this actually working out in favor of Zionism. I just can't see it. It's too far gone. They've made an enemy of the entire world.
Giant
to the point where you have
so
countries now like the
he
UK
wasn't really tied
and
to that giant bomb
Spain
thing.
acknowledging, and Canada
as much
even
as we all
acknowledging
kinda
Palestinian
thought.
state. You have Italy
then,
sending
he was
ships to
already
protect the
like, it was
flotillas. You have
over.
there's
when that guy
all
died,
kinds
when
of
Ryan
the
died.
whole world is turned against
And,
Israel. They become the pariah, and deservedly
basically,
so.
Jeff was saying one of
If
the
they did not
reasons
have the
he
United States military backing, this would have been over a
re-upped
long
his
time ago.
contract or whatever
And because
is
even their
Ryan
economy is imploding.
wanted
So
him to, because
this is
Ryan
the most
would
bizarre
make
thing
money.
I've seen. This
Like
is
other
desperation.
people
This
would
is
get
what
some
the
money
establishment does. Authoritarians
to
do.
some contract
And
or
when they're
something, blah,
desperate,
blah, blah,
when they're
blah, blah,
desperate,
blah,
is they
whatever
try to
business
control
thing
the
happened.
narrative, and they
So,
clamp down
Jeff went
with
ahead and
censorship
signed the
and
contract
conformity.
and stayed.
And I don't think it's going to work. I
And he
think
was
they've already
half
lost.
out the door.
I think a lot of people do blame
And then he said,
Israel for Charlie
then Ryan
Kirk's
died
assassination. I know a lot of people
before
do.
Ryan got the money.
And I wonder how many people at the Talking Points USA, not the people
then
in the
Jeff was
leadership,
stuck
but
there.
the members, the rank and file
And then all of a
college
sudden,
kids,
everyone was
because they're
interested in the
already turned
brand.
against Israel. And
Because Ryan
I
died,
don't see
and
this
then
coming back the
just
way
caused kind
Benjamin
of well, he's one of
Netanyahu
the first
or
fucking
Donald
video
Trump
game people to
or
die,
anybody in the
I
leadership
don't,
at
he wasn't
Talking
even that
Points
famous or
University
anything, but he was
thinks it's
in
going
it
to
enough.
turn
He
out.
was one of
I
the
don't think it's
first
going to
guys
turn
to
out that way.
die,
I wish
so
we
a
could
bunch of
fast forward, but
people
we
were
can't.
like, oh.
Anything you'd
So
like to say
anyways,
before
that
we say
spurred
goodbye?
a bunch of new interest in the
Yeah, I
brand.
think
Nationwide is so much
And
more
then
than
the
a
next
great
thing you know,
insurance
it's 10
company.
years
They're one
later.
of America's largest financial services
And you don't
companies.
know
like
what
how
the
I'm
fuck
more
happened.
than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial
And now
services.
somebody else bought your
Insurance.
shit.
Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say
Okay,
it's
see, now
both.
look.
Nationwide.
See? Until I actually,
Nationwide. For your insurance
it's making
and
me
financial
switch,
needs,
dude.
Nationwide is on your side.
You hear how it kept
Nationwide
going?
Investment Services Corporation and
Look,
Finnick
it's
Club.
still going, dude, until you
in a
skip.
regime
Until it will
that
force
is
you to fucking
losing or
activate
lost all
that window,
credibility,
go over there and switch.
there's not just going to be
And I think what I'll
an
do
attempt to
now is
control
punish
the
Jimmy
mind
Dore
through
by
kind of
saying, I'm done watching you.
Should I kill my child as a sacrifice to God if
I just
God
know
will
that
ask
commercial
me to
shit's
do
gotta
that
go,
like
dude.
he asked Abraham?
I get it with
This
free
is a question I
TV,
once
and
got
I
from an
get it,
atheist,
but like,
and I never
dude,
found a
you
good
gotta
answer.
go, dude.
So
I'll
there
go
are a
watch
number of ways
somebody
we could
else in their
approach this
fucking living
question,
room, dude.
and
I'm not
it's
watching your
basically
shit
being
anymore,
used.
dude. I'm done. I'm done with your
It's
shit.
probably not a
I'm
sincere
fucking
question
done.
coming from the atheist.
Look, I'm
It's
watching a
probably
dude in his
being used
basement
as an
with a
attack
microphone, dude, and
on
you're putting a fucking
Christianity
commercial
and
in front of it.
Judaism. And one way of
No, what
dealing
the
with
fuck,
it, which
dude?
is not
It's a dude in
actually
his fucking
the
basement
answer
just
I'm going to
talking.
propose, but one way of
And you're
dealing
gonna put
with
a
it would
car
be to
insurance.
turn the situation around
Well,
on the
fuck it.
atheist.
No, dude.
And
Anyway,
this
sorry.
could be
And then it's
useful
ads
for
you
purposes
fucking
of helping the atheist
that are
think a little
purposely
more
annoying.
broadly, because the idea of
Anyways,
killing your
sorry, but
child
yeah.
is utterly
Sorry,
horrific
Jimmy. Not
to
gonna listen to
us.
the rest of your shit,
And
dude.
frankly, it would have been
Shouldn't have put
utterly
a
horrific
commercial
to
there.
Jewish people in the Old Testament too.
You can tell the creators who they're force feeding you commercials
That's
because
really
the commercial
what's
hits
given this,
every so often.
this
That's those dudes
objection
who put
its
those
force.
Fuck
Is
it,
the
I ain't watching your
intuition
shit, Jimmy.
that we have today that killing a child,
Gotta
especially
walk
your
all
own,
the way
is
across the room
utterly
because it's not
horrific.
just a little
And I'm not
commercial,
saying
dude.
it's
It's a
not.
commercial that will
It
keep
is.
going and go
But
until I walk all the
it
way
could
across
be
the room and push the
useful
button,
to help
dude.
the atheist
That's
think
why.
a little more broadly. And
It's not
by
a
saying,
30-second commercial.
so,
If they were all 30
can
seconds,
you
that would
imagine
be,
any
we would all
situations
know, okay, it's a 30-second commercial.
where
Just
you
wait
might
through it. But no,
undertake
dude.
action
I go on there
that
and it's a
would
fucking
lead to the death
29-minute
of your
Star Trek
child?
show.
Let's suppose
What the fuck,
that your
dude?
child has a horrible, incurable, lingering disease that is causing your child to have enormous pain. Well, there are various people today, and actually I oppose these people.
Sorry to get
but
pissy,
there
but I
are
guess we
people
need
today
YouTube
who would
Premium, but
say
that's
if
why I
this
don't.
child is in
Because as
just
soon as you buy
enormous
YouTube
unending
Premium, you know what's
agony,
going to happen?
then they
It's
should
going
be
to
put
have
out of their
commercials,
misery.
dude.
And there would be people who would
Just like
advocate
cable,
euthanasia
just like everything
for
else.
such a child.
They're just waiting for enough
And
people to
those
sign
people
up, and then all of a
tend to be
sudden, guess what?
common,
The
or
premium
at least
tier
more
has
common
commercials
among
too.
atheists. So I think it could be
So
helpful
you're getting your subscription
to say
fee
to the
and you're
atheist,
running.
you know, could you
Yeah,
imagine
we've all been through
euthanasia
this before, dude.
in that kind of
We know what you're
situation?
doing.
Now, I believe euthanasia is immoral, but the atheist may not. And that may help open the atheist's eyes. What would not be immoral, in my view, is palliative care, where you give pain relieving drugs to the child, even knowing that taking those pain relieving drugs may hasten their death, but you're not actively trying to kill them. You're trying to relieve their pain. And the same thing applies at the other end of life with older people. They can take pain relieving drugs, even though it may hasten their death, as long as they're not directly causing the death. What you're trying to do is just relieve the person's pain. So palliative care is different than euthanasia. But with euthanasia, there are many atheists who don't have a problem with it. And so you can then say, well, okay, so what if it turns out that God is real and your child is in this circumstance and God tells you, hey, your child is in enormous pain and is going to remain in enormous pain. You should just go ahead and use euthanasia. Would you obey God then? And a lot of atheists at that point might say, yeah, if God really spoke to me and told me that this is the best thing for my child, I would do it. I'd be surprised to get a phone call from God like that, but, you know, if this were the circumstance, I could see doing this. Okay.
You have morals, you're not a fucking atheist,
that's not
you're an agnostic,
how I would approach the situation, but this could help open the mind of the atheist to thinking about this a little more broadly instead of just leaping to condemn Judaism and Christianity. So now let me step back and answer the question from a Jewish Christian perspective.
I just believe in power.
There have been two general approaches to answering this type of question. And it doesn't just apply to this, it applies to other things too. But the two positions are based divide, I should say, based on the question, is taking innocent human life an intrinsic evil, meaning it's always wrong? One school of thought, represented, for example, by St. Thomas Aquinas, says no, taking innocent human life is not always wrong. All life is a gift from God, so it's up to God to determine how much of that gift we receive. And it's also up to Him to determine the circumstances by which life ends. So if God tells us in a particular case to take life, it's legitimate to do that. He's just saying, okay, this person's got this much of the gift, now's their time to die. I've chosen you to be the means through which they die, so go ahead and kill this innocent person. And
why do I know that? Why,
Aquinas and various other thinkers in Christian history would look at the sacrifice of Isaac. They would say that God really did tell Abraham to do this, and it wasn't ultimately God's will that he go through with it. But it was morally legitimate for Abraham to receive this instruction from God and act on the assumption that he is going to go through
it.
Yeah,
a bunch of white guys fucking pretending to be Indians, dude. Really?
You thought that was cool? Because he didn't say this explicitly. But he notes that in this event,
and then they gave you
Abraham
like years, a decade. Hey, you guys need to find some fucking Native Americans. Like you guys need to.
That's presumably based on the inference that God had promised. Like all you white guys seed would be reckoned
go out to the nations and start scout troops. But you're not going to do that. Well, you can't have the Indian shit, dude.
To Abraham,
there's a bunch of fucking English guys dressing up as Indians
under God's instruction. Well, then God must be going to raise Isaac from the dead.
Party, dude?
So he's not going to be permanently dead.
You're English, dude.
And he'll be able to continue to go on and have descendants through which Abraham's line will be reckoned.
No, that's
so that
what
also
happened.
changes the moral complexity of the situation, if that's the kind of thing that Abraham was envisioning. So that's school number one of how to approach this, that taking innocent life is not always wrong. If God really tells you that He's determined that the person is to receive this much of the gift of life,
you don't want to go
so
fishing. You don't want to go
the other school
camping.
Would say, no, taking innocent human life is always wrong, and therefore this passage is not to be taken in the straightforward historical way that the first school takes it. Instead, it's teaching us a lesson. So what lesson, one or more lessons, so what lessons would this story be teaching us? Well, number one, it's teaching us that God was willing, that Abraham was willing to be very faithful to God, even at personal cost. Okay, that's a good thing. But what else is it teaching us? That God does not want child sacrifice. Because there were ancient Near Easterners who like burned their children to Moloch and so forth. And they were even doing that even though it would be horrifying to many Israelites, there were some that actually did it. There was a place in the Valley of Hinnom right next to the temple in Jerusalem called the Tophet. And at the Tophet, they would do child sacrifice. And so, because there was this presence in Israel at the time of child sacrificers,
you got a bunch of free Masons who pretend to be working class men.
This is not what God wants.
So how the fuck is that?
So how can you convey that message? Well,
how
one
are they
way
doing that,
would be taking the patriarch of all of us, Abraham, and showing him in a situation where God rejects this. And that's the actual interpretation that I would take of the passage.
It was a workers' union, dude. It's a union.
I don't think it's meant as a straightforward historical account. I think it's meant to teach us faithfulness is good, but don't let that turn into child sacrifice. God will provide something else.
Marcin, thank you very much. I hope that was a helpful answer to you. I do appreciate the question. Lots more questions to get to.
In a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises. Afrin No Drip Allergy Sinus. Experience ridiculously powerful sinus congestion relief. With cooling menthol, it works fast to relieve sinus pressure. No drips, no mess, just clear, unblocked breathing. Plus, try all new Afrin Saline Daily Care. It's a drug-free way to instantly clear out excessive mucus, allergens, or irritants. Afrin. The wow is real. Use as directed.
EA is a name that strikes fear into the wallet of gamers everywhere. I still remember all those years ago when they were voted I think it was the most hated company in America, or it might have just been point blank worst company in America. Which, there are no saints over there at the EA office, but I definitely think there are
that was
worse
Jimmy's show.
But it just goes
that
to
went
show
through
you
that whole show and no
pure
commercial.
disdain people have for
Like
EA
maybe
and
one
their
at the beginning, maybe one at
They
the
have
end.
not been well liked for a
But
very
if you get a
long
commercial
time.
in the
You
middle
know who
of
does
the
like
show,
them?
and then
The
more
Saudi
than one,
Arabian
that's the
government.
creator
They like them so much that
forcing
they are
ad breaks in
buying
their trying to
EA
pay.
for $55
And
billion.
that's fine.
Now, it's not just the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund that's buying them all on their own outright. They've actually got a whole Royal Rumble going halvesies with them, so they've got fucking superstars like Silver Lake and Jared Kushner's affinity partners doing this deal with them. So they've got like the superstars of slime here that are forking up 55 billion clams to own EA. EA was a publicly traded company, but obviously with this will no longer be. They're taking it private. Now there is one other name here that's very important to this deal. JP Morgan. Because you see, Doorman fam, $20 billion of debt is being committed by JP Morgan for this deal, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close. Now, what does this mean for you, someone who might just be excited for Battlefield coming out? Well, 20 billion is a big number. If you converted that to pounds, it's nearly as heavy as your mother, bitch. Point is, $20 billion is what EA is now responsible to pay back. It's debt. And what are the ways that you can look to try and squeeze some more juice from the lemons here?
No, it's like
Or
I started cooking
microtransactions,
like this.
something EA is
more
very
anything
famous
that has
for.
grease or
Another
oil,
strategy EA might employ is layoffs. Again, something they're not
And
a
that's not
stranger
fair,
to.
but
And
you don't want to
I
clean up the
predict,
mess.
as well as I've seen other
Everything
people
about
also make this prediction, you know, I'm not fucking Baba Vanga over here with some kind of galaxy brain speculative theory. I would imagine they're going to start closing studios like BioWare. I think BioWare is going to be their big one. Their games have not been performing well financially for EA for a while. Anthem, into Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they're not crushing it in their sales numbers, and they're a very expensive component of EA. Maybe not in like the grand scheme of like billions of dollars, but that still is a sizable chunk of change, and I think they're going to be checking under every single cushion on the sofa, looking for any way of finding more money to pay back this debt. I would imagine there's going to be even more excessive microtransactions, just desperately trying to claw into your wallet to get you to spend money in their games, and I think there's going to be layoffs and studio closures. Again, EA is very famous for gutting studios. So I think that now with this 20 billion debt on the plate, they're going to be even more aggressive. That's what I expect, and I've seen a lot of other people also have that same idea in their head. It just feels like that's probably the direction EA will go. And I also saw it being reported by a lot of outlets that apparently the new EA owners are hopeful that AI will be their saving grace here for cutting costs and boosting profits. Which, again, AI, the entire purpose right now is just for the sake of saving money on the bottom line by replacing workers. So you don't have to pay salary to people. You can just have AI spit shit out. According to a report that is paywalled, so again, I'm getting this secondhand from all the other reports reporting on that one. But apparently it was stated that AI would be used to boost EA's profits in the coming years and to manage a large debt load on a company that historically carried limited debt.
You know you're doing well.
I already love same-day delivery and
bag,
shipped, but it's so much better since I signed up for Target
already
Circle.
there. No, dude.
Why? Because I no longer pay price markups from the majority of stores through Shipt. Only a handful of alcohol retailers and items.
Oh yeah, no, she doesn't like the bottom of the bag.
Groceries, pet food, even home goods.
He brought him to me yesterday with this funny face.
I have more time to catch up on life while someone shops for me, and I spend less. It's a win-win. Order now at shipped.com/360. Terms apply.
Now, I've yapped about this strategy endlessly, and it's clearly not exclusive to EA. Every company on the planet right now is scrambling to try and get the fucking AI and a titty twister so they can utilize it to save money. And there's going to be plenty of other gaming companies that will follow suit. Even with EA, even if EA wasn't being purchased for $55 billion with $20 billion in debt, they would still 100% be trying to use AI to save money. I'm sure it's already happening across the entire industry right now. In fact, I've got a little tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that Ubisoft CEO is actually just AI. I don't think there's a single human being left in that food chain there at the upper echelon, because there is no way a sentient, living, breathing organism could have come up with ideas as stupid as Ubisoft has. But in this case, again, it's not exclusive to EA. They're just being a little more open about it, I guess, about how they're going to utilize.
You better
AI
get used to there being no humans up there,
let's
bro.
Let's talk about the new owners.
That's what the future
one of them being the Saudi Arabian government. Now, if
there ain't
you've
no
been
humans
paying
up there.
attention to the state of tech or even the state of sports or esports, you probably know the Saudi Arabian government's been getting its fingers in a lot of different pies here. They've been exploring tons and tons of different companies and brands to own. And it's been going on for a few years now, a handful of years now, and I don't think it's going to slow down or stop anytime soon. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm confident Saudi Arabian government will continue to snatch up tons of major brands and companies across the globe. And if you don't mind, I'd like to go on a bit of a side tangent here. I'd like to blabber a bit. Esports. Many of you know I've been in the esports space for 5 years now. Started with Moist Esports, now Shopify Rebellion. So, as an owner of an esports team, I can tell you firsthand, Saudi Arabian government wants to basically own the entire fucking industry there. And they're already getting very close with things like the Esports World Cup. Most recently, EVO, where they're the majority owner of EVO. They have infinite money. So in a scene like esports, which money is a myth, there is, as I've said numerous times, there is no money to be made in esports. It is just an absolute endless pit of agony when it comes to financials. Me, it's fine bleeding money there because I'm doing it under the idea that I'm going to lose this money, but I'm investing in it because what I get out of it is fun. I love the spirit of competition. I love esports. It's why I had Moist Esports, and it's why I now have Shopify Rebellion, so I could expand the esports space and have more things to watch and support more players. I love it. But any business that wants to get into esports hates it because you just lose money. The Saudi Arabian government obviously noticed that, so what they did is they put the chemical X into the sector, money. They've given tons and tons of teams tons and tons of money to support things like the EWC and to own things in the esports space because, well, without them they're not making money, so they feel they absolutely have to play ball. I, of course, have seen this firsthand, but have declined all of that mumbo-jumbo. I haven't been shy about it. I've told you straight up numerous times, I don't watch the EWC. I don't support it at all. I don't watch it in private. Nothing. I think that shit sucks. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but the Saudi Arabian government's got a whole host of issues, human rights violations out the wazoo. I'm sure I don't need to go into a ton of detail into the nitty-gritty. And honestly, just the whole idea of a government deciding that it wants to get its grubby paws around an entire industry and own the entire sector outright, that's fucking terrible no matter what. So yeah, I don't like this at all. I hate what's happening in the esports space where every organization, every game, every brand basically has to suckle the teat of Saudi Arabia in some way, shape, or form. I don't like the direction. Now, of course, I understand why it's got to that point because there is just no money there, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. Now, we have had players on our teams participate in like the EWC because, as I've always said, we don't take player winnings, so them winning doesn't bring money back to us or anything, and I'm not going to get in the way of any of our players going and making their own decisions on how they want to like make a bag or something. That is entirely up to them, all power to them, and there's no ill will there at all. But they've not represented Moist Esports at the EWC or anything like that. I know this is a long-winded tangent, but the point is, the Saudi Arabian government is doing this not only in just like EA or esports, but all across the whole spectrum of technology and entertainment. In fact, just look up things that the Saudi Arabian government, like the PIF, has like percentages of. It's a lot. It's a ton of things, and many other video game companies, by the way. This is just their biggest buyout. This is huge. $55 billion for EA is big. And I do think there will be some noticeable changes to a lot of EA games and property. I think we're going to be in an era of even greedier EA garbage, if such a thing is even fathomable. So yeah, overall, I don't think this is going to be like an improvement to EA games or anything like that. I don't think consumers are going to walk away from this kind of deal with a big W for the quality of games we're going to start receiving here. I guess I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I highly fucking doubt that. I think it's going to be net negative changes across the board for EA games going forward. But one other thing I want to briefly mention, I've seen some people talking about EA in this story as if they're like some kind of defenseless victim or something, like, oh no, the Saudi Arabian government, they got EA in its clutches and there was nothing EA could do. Motherfucker, they could have just said no. They didn't have to make the deal. Like, it's not like EA is the good guy of the story or anything here. Like, this is across the board just greed. Like, it's just absurd. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.
Upgrade for the holidays with Lumber Liquidators' great flooring deals now until October 7th. Laminate flooring from just 59 cents a square foot. Waterproof click vinyl for $1.19 a square foot. And now select Bellawood flooring is $1 off. Ends October 7th. LumberLiquidators.com.
Our next witness is Matt Taibbi. Mr. Taibbi is an award-winning investigative reporter and editor for Racket News. Mr. Taibbi was a contributing editor at Rolling Stone, won a National Magazine Award, authored 4 New York Times bestsellers, and now writes on Substack as one of its most popular independent columnists in the country with tens of thousands of subscribers. Mr. Taibbi, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, distinguished members of the committee. Last year, former Hawaii Congresswoman and presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard was placed in a surveillance program called Quiet Skies by the Transportation and Security Administration. She was subject to intrusive searches, followed by bombs and swing dogs, and trailed by 3 federal air marshals per flight. To cover the story, I contacted the TSA. They commented the main question about the truth of the story, but added, as if in mitigation, quote, simply matching to a risk-based rule does not constitute derogatory information about an individual. That's bureaucratese for, we can't say if Mrs. Gabbard was in the program, but if she was, don't draw any conclusions because we do this even to innocent people. Before Quiet Skies was discontinued by this administration, it was a symbol of the steep decline of federal enforcement since 9/11. The government spent $200 million a year following up to 50 people a day for a program that in its history never once led to an arrest or thwarted a single terrorist act. Despite its demonstrated inutility and grave civil liberties concerns, it was refunded year after year because this is what our government does now. It gathers information on its own citizens as an end in itself. In a week in which the question of whether federal security officials always tell the truth to Congress is back in the news, it's worth noting that it's now been 13 years since then National Intelligence Director James Clapper answered no, sir, and not winningly, when Senator Rod Wyden of Oregon asked, does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans? Clapper later explained that he'd responded in the, quote, least, most untruthful manner. That episode solidified a principle that holds in America today. If you lie about mass surveillance programs, even under oath, you not only get to keep your job, you get to be hired as a professional truth teller after retirement as a national security analyst for CNN. If you try to tell the truth, on the other hand, about the same issues, your options are prison or leaving the country forever. In those 13 years, Americans have become numb to surveillance. It was once a core principle that government couldn't or shouldn't spy on its citizens without predication. Now, much of the country accepts as inevitable the idea that every move we make is being recorded and analyzed. We know emails and phone conversations, at minimum, are being collected passively, and mountains of data we leave behind as our lives move increasingly online, from geolocations of cell phones to GPS tracking to travel, banking, and medical records, are increasingly fodder for an overt or covert acquisition by federal analysts. As Google admitted last week, federal officials partnered with companies not just to monitor speech, but to suppress it on a grand scale. Quiet Skies was the paradigmatic example of a program that could take endless liberties with the Constitution because it was secret. When you gather information with no intention of ever going to court, as the TSA did with Quiet Skies, you never have to justify yourself to a judge. This leads to a lot of what one court recently called the exact sort of general exploratory rummaging that the Fourth Amendment was designed to prevent. This is a betrayal not just of the public, but of people like Mr. Crowder, who've been trained for important work, but have been forced to do intelligence work and gather information on fellow citizens instead. As former Marshal Robert McLean put it to me, the Air Marshal's job is to protect the cockpit, and the pilots let somebody else do the intelligence. One FBI agent I interviewed a few years ago said, the distinction between people who believe bad thoughts and the people who do bad things has been, quote, completely lost in our government since 9/11. Once you start down the road of collecting information on innocent people, it creates the intellectual justification for doing it again and again and again. All this information gathering reverses the natural political order, giving elected officials undeserved and unearned power over their bosses, us, the voters. It's time to stop being numb to this outrage. Let's hope the elimination of Quiet Skies is just the beginning. Thank you very much.
The committee now welcomes Jim.
One of the most influential fighting games of all time was Street Fighter II. Its original arcade release in 1991 reinvigorated the arcade market and revolutionized the genre and set a standard for competitive gaming. Street Fighter II was massive, and the franchise is still as strong as ever with the latest Street Fighter VI. And while Street Fighter II was popular for its versus fighting mechanic, especially in the arcades, it also came with a single-player mode to battle against the computer opponent, also known as the CPU. And like many arcade games from that era, Street Fighter II's game code was built with mechanics that would often stack the odds against you, and in some instances downright cheat to clinch victory. It's important to note here that when we say cheating, we're talking about game code that's built in to make the CPU gain an advantage. And this game code simply cannot be performed by any human given their reaction times and the approximate 2.6 frames of input delay that the arcade game has.
Oh my
but
God.
we have to remember that this is the 90s and arcade games are there to take your money.
The computer
Street
is a
Fighter
machine
II
that
would be
lies.
no exception.
That has been told
Now,
to
I have to
lie.
say this. I'm going to use the term AI to describe how the CPU opponent has been programmed to fight
Somebody
against the
made it
player.
lie, bro.
This term obviously means something far
This
different
lie
in
by
2025, but AI has been a video game industry term since I can ever remember. So that's what we're going to call it here. Now, back in the day, if you played Street Fighter II in the arcades and Chun-Li was a later opponent, it would often be an unfair fight. Thanks to video capture and slowing down the gameplay, this is a perfect example of what I mean. Now, this fight against Chun-Li in the third round, she's pulling out every trick in the book to defeat you, including this move here. When Ken attempts a low sweep kick, she becomes invincible, and collision detection seems to be temporarily disabled, and the result is she just laughs at the move that you're trying to make and jumps right over it. During this fight, it happened at least 2 times. Now, what's interesting here is when the game is running at normal speed, sometimes it's hard to know if you were just too slow to react or if you absolutely landed that blow. Well, much of the time, your instincts were probably right. You absolutely did land that blow, and this game is absolutely cheating. What's happening here is what many arcade games of the era did, and that is to read your inputs. We've covered this very same topic during our breakdown of both Mortal Kombat 2 and NBA Jam, and the concepts are much the same here. In Street Fighter 2, even before the first animation frame is displayed, the CPU is reading your joystick and button inputs and determining a counter move. One of the counter moves is to disable collisions.
What? It's in the book. Oh, not enough water. That's a trick. If you put enough water in there, it doesn't go all crazy. But depending on how much grease is in there. All right, say grace, please, people.
Grease is more important is, I guess, for baptism for Alni. Jesus Christ for Lord. Amen.
Now, there are many other examples where the game disables collisions to gain the upper hand. But let's move on. Charging attacks seem like they have an entirely different set of rules for the CPU, and this is one of the most infuriating aspects against fighting the CPU in Street Fighter 2 and its iterations. As Guile, in order to perform his flash kick or sonic boom, down and back on the joystick must be held down for approximately 1.5 seconds to charge the move. Then to execute the move, quickly snap the joystick forward and press the button for the move. Charging attacks are very common in the Street Fighter 2 series, with many characters possessing them. However, when you're fighting against an opponent that has charging attacks, such as Guile, the CPU can charge these moves in much less time than any human opponent can. As an example, a CPU performing Guile's flash kick is executed much faster, and in some instances, it's done from a standing position.
It's on sale on Steam, I think.
Do you hear your dad though? He was talking to you about
No, she's like your mom.
Oh.
And the game most of the time doesn't even attempt to hide it. Now, there is some instances where Guile will fake a charge attack by crouching down for about 3 or 4 frames, but charging up the move at this level of speed is still impossible to do. And it's certainly not just the sonic boom.
Okay.
Feel free to talk when I'm talking about. Go ahead. There's no way I can hear you or anything.
In Street Fighter 2, a character can become dizzy. This occurs when a character takes more stun damage in a short period of time than their stun value. They enter a dizzy state. This is an animation of birds around the character's head. Being in a dizzy state puts you at a significant disadvantage because your opponent has an opportunity to do some free damage. In order to get out of a dizzy state, you must spam left and right on the joystick as quickly as possible. But the rules of Dizzy are once again different as the CPU. It's programmed to get out of a dizzy state much faster than what is humanly possible. The CPU needs only around 12 frames to recover from Dizzy in Street Fighter 2, nullifying any possible free hit. This is much faster than a human possibly can. Even if you spam left and right on a joystick as fast as possible. And if you think that's bad, check out Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Did you blink and miss it? Let's run it again. The CPU can often get out of dizzy state in about 5 frames, which significantly reduces your chances to perform a devastating combo on any CPU opponent. In Street Fighter 2, when your character gets caught in certain moves, like in Zangief's bear hug or Blanca's headbite, the game locks you into a damaging animation that slowly drains your health bar. Normally, you'd break free after a certain time and the fight resumes. But here's the thing, Mashing buttons and wiggling the joystick can help you escape faster, minimizing the damage. This all sounds fine until you realize that the CPU can mash, and it mashes way faster than you could possibly do yourself. In Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, CPU mashing is downright infuriating. What would be a commanding lead in a particular round can turn into a bad defeat very quickly if the CPU character traps you and starts mashing. The problem here is that the CPU mashes their buttons much faster than you can, knocking tons of life from your meter. And if you ever played Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. It's definitely infuriating, and there are more issues, including unfair damage scaling. The CPU can react to your movements and inputs with superhuman speed, which is a result of reading your inputs and coming up with a moveset to counter depending on the difficulty set in the arcade game and how many rounds in you are. This can be punishing, and it can also be unfair, but it's hard to imagine it being any other way. Just like MK2, the insane AI is a part of the fabric which what makes the Street Fighter game so unique. We also have to consider processors of the era weren't as sophisticated as they are now. Given the 16-bit nature of the Motorola 68000, the CPU that powers the Street Fighter 2 games, the AI logic in the game wasn't overly sophisticated. Rather, it's running from predetermined code logic based on inputs that were read. It's not rocket science, and the game made millions in the arcade, and it's now one of the most popular franchises in the world. But at the end of the day, if you thought you sucked at playing Street Fighter 2 against the CPU, you weren't alone. It's just another in a long line of arcade games that had an unfair advantage to take your money. And with that, we are going to leave it here for today's episode. If you enjoyed this episode, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up, and we'll catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Each Apple product, like the iPhone, is thoughtfully designed by skilled designers. The titanium Apple Card is no different. It's laser-etched, has no numbers, and it earns you daily cash on everything you buy, including 3% back on everything at Apple. Apply for Apple Card on your iPhone in minutes. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card is issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
Other box labeled.
In the years following the release of The Lord of the Rings and its massive success, J.R. Tolkien considered the idea of a sequel. This idea was quickly abandoned, and his vision of a sequel never fulfilled. The dozen or so pages he did write, however, were finally published in 1996 as part of Christopher Tolkien's The Peoples of Middle-earth. From this, in combination to private letters that were released to the public in 1981, we can begin to paint a picture not only of Tolkien's vision, but why he ultimately abandoned it. The story itself is a simple dialogue between two characters, Borlas, the son of Beregond from The Lord of the Rings, and Ceylon. This conversation takes place well into the reign of Aragorn's son, Eldaron, over 100 years after the death of the great king. The War of the Ring is nothing but a story. Gondor is prosperous and peaceful, the memory of Sauron almost forgotten. The two men delve into a philosophical discussion regarding the evil in men's hearts, its constant presence regardless of their circumstances. They contemplate the nature of this evil, the so-called dark tree, and at some point we hear of the term Herumet. What this is, we don't really know. What we do know is that it was used by a secret cult hidden within Gondor that had begun worshipping the Dark Lord as a god. The people, Ceylon claimed, had grown discontent, and there was increasing unrest. He asks Borlas to join him somewhere secret after nightfall in order to explain further, after which he leaves our protagonist alone to ponder. Borlas returns home, but he feels uneasy. as if an ancient evil was beginning to return. With this, Tolkien stopped and never picked up the pen to write a sequel for The Lord of the Rings ever again. The question is, why? Why did he abandon this specific sequel? And also, why didn't he just write something different instead? Thankfully, in his letters, he answers the first question rather definitively. In letter 256, written in 1964 to Colin Bailey, Tolkien says, "I did begin a story placed about 100 years after the downfall, but it proved both sinister and depressing. Since we are dealing with men, it is inevitable that we should be concerned with the most regrettable feature of their nature, their quick satiety with good, so that the people of Gondor in times of peace, justice and prosperity would become discontented and restless, while the dynasts descended from Aragorn would become just kings and governors, like Denethor or worse. I found that even so early, there was an outcrop of revolutionary plots about a center of secret satanistic religion, while Gondorian boys were playing at being orcs and going around doing damage. I could have written a thriller about the plot and its discovery and overthrow, but it would have been just that, not worth doing." A year before his death, he mentions the subject yet again, with the main difference being changing the timeline of events. Instead of the sequel taking place a century after the fall of Barad-dûr, this version occurs a century after Aragorn's death. In letter 338, he explains, "I have written nothing beyond the first few years of the Fourth Age, except the beginning of a tale supposed to refer to the end of the reign of Eldaron, about 100 years after the death of Aragorn. Then I of course discovered that the king's piece would contain no tales worth recounting, and his wars would have little interest after the overthrow of Sauron, but that almost certainly a restlessness would appear about then, owing to the, it seems, inevitable boredom of men with the good. There would be secret societies practicing dark cults, and orc cults among adolescents." In his original conceptualization of a sequel, Tolkien imagined a Gondor perhaps akin to Númenor before its fall. The goodness and the legends of the past had been forgotten, perhaps abandoned in this new age of prosperity and safety. Why should anyone care about the struggles of the past when we have nothing to worry about today? In this environment, people simply do not understand how lucky they are, how protected and peaceful their lives have become due to the sacrifices of their ancestors, of our protagonists from the War of the Ring. In this age of wealth, they grow bored. They grow not to care for what forged their good living in the first place.
Target Circle Week is here, with hot daily deals so big you can't miss them. Score daily deals at 40% off, BOGO half-off Halloween candy, and other fall favorite savings. How hot is that? It's Target Circle Week through Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love how camping's full of surprises. Except when the surprise is an allergy attack. Luckily, I've got Claritin D.
Get fast, powerful relief from your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. It starts working in as little as 30 minutes. Claritin clears. Use as directed.
Thus, they turn to alternatives. They even begin worshipping the same darkness that tried to enslave their fathers and mothers. What could be more depressing than that? Everything that our protagonists went through to defeat Sauron and destroy the ring, every death, every drop of blood, reduced to nothing within a few centuries. And, perhaps worse than that, it was reduced to nothing from within, not due to some external enemy. Humanity itself is shown to bring about its own doom inevitably, like an endless cycle of misery. In short, a sequel that renders The Lord of the Rings redundant is no sequel at all, which is why it was abandoned. Even more so, it would have desecrated the primary theme of The Lord of the Rings.
So now the only thing they're
using
their advertising budget to control
doing what
TV
is right in the
stations.
face of insurmountable odds.
And nothing to do with the
How could
product
this
they're
hope be
selling because
destroyed
somebody
without the Lord of the
dude
Rings
said something they don't
itself
like,
being
like they're
rendered
socially
The
engineering
problem is
through
that
their
any type of
advertising
sequel
budget.
would have
So
required
they
some
don't give
sort
a
of
fuck about
antagonistic
what they're
force.
selling anymore anyway.
This version, as Tolkien
What the
rightfully
fuck
said,
happened?
would have felt more like a thriller due to its psychological struggle
And then me
with
and
evil
Bubs have been
from
talking about
within Gondor.
Jefferson. I'm like,
But even an external enemy would have
I'm
likely
pretty
been a bad
sure that's
idea,
his theory.
as it would have either made Sauron
That wasn't
redundant,
just
or
countries,
the
it
new
was any
enemy
group,
would
dude.
not have been strong enough
Any
to compare.
family, any
Either the
dynasty,
sequel is
any
disappointing, or The
organization,
Lord of the Rings is
over
overshadowed.
time, just becomes corrupt.
Moreover, another problem that would have
And the best
affected
you can
any
hope for
type
in a
of
couple
sequel
hundred years.
has to do with Tolkien's
Before
world
you
building
have to, you
itself.
need a new family,
As you
you need
know,
a new
the
dynasty, you need a new
fantastical and the
organization,
magical
you know.
within Middle-earth is slowly on its
Let's
way
see if
out.
that happens, but it
This
looks like it,
is a
dude.
major theme of The Lord of the
But I
Rings,
think he went
that
back,
the
like,
age of
well,
the
even in
elves is
China,
waning,
like, how
and the
long
age of
one
men
dynasty
is about
last
to
in
begin.
China?
After all, Tolkien wanted
I think
Middle-earth
there's
and
one that's in
Arda
like
to
400
gradually
years, maybe,
transition
or
into our own reality, a reality without magic and
It just
fantastical
happens,
creatures.
dude. Can't help it.
As this was
That's the
already a big
monopoly
theme
thing.
of The Lord of the
Can't let
Rings,
these things
it would
become
have had to be a
monopolies.
large theme of a sequel, taking place
Can't
many
let
years
one
after The
family
Lord of the
become
Rings
so
too.
wealthy and
The issue
powerful
is
that
that without the
they
fairy
hold
and
down every other
mythological
family.
elements that Tolkien adored so much, his new book would no longer really be a fairy story. It would not have the mystical elements that we have grown so used to with the Silmarillion, The Hobbit, and The Lord
My
of the
lips don't
Rings.
like toast.
Not unless he completely changed directions on this massive theme of this world, something I do not think would have been wise, something that Tolkien obviously agreed with, considering we did in fact get no sequel.
Like if we had jam
The
on it,
last major reason why a sequel was
it might
abandoned
turn-
had to do with the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion was the passion project of Tolkien's
We'd
entire
almost
life.
rather have
He was in
toast
the
with,
process of
no
writing
jam.
and rewriting it for
And
about
that trips
50
me out.
years,
I'm like, what
never
the
being able to
hell?
quite finish it and
Who
be
turns down
satisfied.
strawberry jam?
Therefore, understanding the issues with writing a sequel, he instead focused his efforts on other
I remember when
endeavors.
jelly was a treat.
And, though they were not published in
Don't
his
you get in
lifetime,
trouble for putting
we
too
can
much
thank
on
his
your
son
sandwich?
Christopher for editing
Jelly
and
was
publishing them
expensive.
for the past 40 years. A massive thank you to my channel members, and thank you very much for watching.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
Yeah, I'm
The
getting
name
commercials.
of this episode, the Aftermath edition, because last week I had to post some heavy videos, not the usual FranLab fare. Yeah, there were some consequences. I lost a couple hundred subscribers, but you know, so what. Weirdly though, I kind of expected
That was the one when
Friday's
she came out,
Endgame
whatever.
video to just take off, and I was really hemming all week about whether or not to even
200
post
people
it.
instantly
And
unsubscribed, dude.
it just came down to the idea, so well, I've got to, you know, shit or get off the pot, and I just decided that I should post it. I'd post it on Friday, and it was, you know,
Yeah, if you do
people watched it,
political shit,
but
instant
weirdly
you say
it
anything
was not the
religious or
biggest video of the
political, dude.
week, which surprised
You're
me.
gonna lose a bunch of
It
people.
didn't really go anywhere outside of the usual audience, so there's two sides to this. When you make a video that's very personal and very emotionally difficult to make, which that video was, and you edit it and you spend days wondering about whether or not it should actually be made public, but you decide to do that, you sort of commit to the outcome.
Bro.
You resign yourself to the through
Commit to the bit.
of the video being seen and the discussion that's going to happen and stuff. And so I went through all that, and
Then
you
you
know,
decide
people
what else
watched
you
it.
want.
There's
Like your
comments.
chips?
Yeah.
You know, there were a few dicks in the comments, but not many, just a few, really. And it was like that actually worried me. The idea that I made such obviously a heated topic video, and there was so little dissension.
I don't know what's
I
so
said, well,
hard
There's a little dissension because this is not getting outside of my subscribership. It's not getting outside of my regular viewership of people who already
You're free to do
like what I do. And
I'm
at
free to
least
do
as
what
of
I
today,
do, but it's
seems
never,
that's the
it's
case,
always
that it really did
either
not
this side wants to
leave
take the, I don't understand,
the
can we
usual
not build a
audience.
consensus about,
Really,
hey,
when you
why don't
put
you
yourself
get your
out there, when
freak
you really
on,
put
and I'll
yourself
get
out
my
there
fucking freak on.
with the idea that
No,
you
because
really
I feel bad for
make
Fran,
something
but
meaningful,
she's just as bad
it's kind of
about
like
fucking kicking your door
personal
down and taking
sacrifice
your
of
kids
the
away from you
ego
because you
to
smoke
be
or whatever the
vulnerable.
fuck,
I don't
dude.
know. It is kind
But
of a
then when it's
letdown
done to
when
her, she flips
YouTube
the
just
fuck out.
won't
Oh
let it
my
go.
fuck, dude,
Won't
how
let the
about we
video
all
out of
just
the
stop
box.
fucking
But
with
there
each
is a
other?
definite box.
Can we
Fran
not
Lab
just build a
has a
consensus over
boxed-in
leave me
audience, and
the fuck
trying to get a
alone?
video out of that
No, what is so
cage
difficult,
so
dude? I'll
difficult.
leave you the
I
fuck
hoped that
alone,
video
Fran.
maybe
You
be
leave me
seen by
the
people
fuck
who were
alone,
not already watching
Fran.
my channel.
No,
But
you
it
know what I
just
mean?
didn't
Why
get
is it
out.
always I've got to
Stayed
leave you
in
alone,
the usual
but you can
cage.
fucking
And
fuck with me?
so I feel like
That's
I
not gonna
put myself
work,
at risk
dude.
for really no
It's not,
gain. That
like-
being that, I was basically just,
So yeah, how about
basically
we
just
leave each other
making
the
myself
fuck
naked
alone?
to family. Yeah, I'm really not making a difference with that video because it's not going to be seen
love
outside
you.
of the people who just watch all my videos,
No, I love you.
and that's disappointing. It really, when what it boils down to it, when you make a video like that,
That's the
if it
bean
doesn't break
recipe?
out, you really just you basically want to delete it.
It's a whole piece of paper.
Because it's like, I don't want to have something like that there. If it's not going to make a difference, if it's not going to change anyone's life, if it's not going to, maybe make someone think that's not already like aware of my situation.
So what are you trying to say?
Makes you want to take it down.
Thank you.
The larger issue with
No.
that video, though, is that if I make a video that loud,
I know, but you mean
if a
make
video
sure you
that
put that
loud
in
will
right
not
away.
get out of the Fran Lab box, then I'm in trouble because if I
what
can't
else
get
we
a
taking,
breakout
Butter?
video with something that controversial, where
What
I'm
else
screaming
we
that
taking?
much, if that can't get out of the box, then definitely 100% my electronics videos are not going to get out of the box, and my technical videos are not going to get out of the box.
Not chips.
And
Really, chips?
I've been hemmed in. YouTube has given me a very firm cage of 6,000 loyal viewers,
take
and
one of the
that
funny
is
chips.
that is the total audience for this
Gotta get rid
channel. And as time goes on, that box will get smaller. Basically, it's first YouTube boxes in your channel. Doesn't let anyone outside that box see any videos that you make, no matter how loud they are, no matter how controversial they might be, no matter how thrilling they might be. And then they just start reducing the size of the box until you basically just don't exist anymore. That's what I see. So I'm very worried about whether I'm even going to be able to do this job next year. If the audience isn't there, if people can't watch the videos, then why am I making videos?
Halloween.
Thank you, people, for the comments. I really appreciate it. That's why this Sunday thing is so important to me. This Sunday thing, this thing that we do. This is my social time. It's when I get to spend some time with people I know, people who know me. It's like that old favorite show, Cheers. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
You guys are filled little junk. Yeah.
Fran!
Well, you are. Well, you guys you see him get in trouble. So I'm just saying, if there was a microwave there, it might feel a little bit junk. Fran,
In my lab, it's where I work.
Build a consensus over individual freedoms and liberties. For fuck's sake! Not that hard. Individual liberties, not corporate liberties. Not union liberties, not army liberties,
killing his girlfriend's
not depart individual, the person's liberties.
Prosecutors say
Individual
the toddler was
liberty.
subjected to unspeakable violence over the course of 30 hours. 35-year-old Blaine Milam was convicted of the 2008 death in East Texas. In a final statement, Milam thanked the prison chaplaincy for opening his faith-based programs to death row inmates. The news underscores the dangers of trying to perform an exorcism without the proper guidance and training.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
For more, we turn to Monsignor Stephen Rossetti, head of the St. Michael Center for Spiritual Renewal and chief exorcist for the Archdiocese of Washington. Monsignor Rossetti, great to be with you.
Oh, yeah.
Veronica, it's my pleasure.
Oh, well,
So first, we do have a
I'll
lot
the
to
car. We
discuss,
might have
including
to
a
be
recent gathering of exorcist priests in Rome. What is your take on a story that's making a lot of headlines out of Texas? What more do you know about that particular case?
Yeah, I think you guys have co-op.
Well, Veronica, I only know what I've read, but it's just horrible. And you see this happen from time to time. Some people with no training, no experience, deciding that they are going to cast out these demons from a minor, and it's just a disaster, and it's just awful. Which is why the Catholic Church, by the way, controls the ministry. You've got to be a priest. You've got to have this special training, and you're supervised by the diocese, and you have to have a mandate directly from your bishop.
Now, if someone suspects a loved one is possibly possessed by a demon, what are the next safe steps they should take?
The first thing we recommend is you go to your parish priest and have him chat with you, talk to you, maybe say some what we call deliverance prayers, and see if he thinks there might be something more serious involved. If he does, if there are signs, perhaps, of demonic presence, then he forwards it to the diocese, who sends it to the exorcist.
Now, another story that we are following, around 300 exorcist priests recently gathered in Rome. You are a member of the International Association of Exorcists. What was discussed in the meetings this year?
Well, Veronica, it's a training session where they bring in experts, and it's kind of like an ongoing training for exorcists and their team members. So you learn the latest, and you also learn the guidelines and how to perform an exorcism professionally and safely. So these kinds of gatherings are important. We need to regulate this ministry and keep it safe for all involved.
You recently wrote a blog post on whether a so-called witch's curse can bring harm or even death. Tell us more about what you found.
Well, after being an exorcist for 18 years, I found out that curses really can have an effect, which I didn't know, but I found out through experience. So what happens but what these witches don't realize is that it's through the power of demons, whether they know it or not. If they throw a curse or a spell, basically it's demons who make it potent if it has any effect. But the good news is, if you're a practicing Catholic, if you're practicing the faith, Jesus is your shield, as Ephesians 6, and you are protected.
Is there anything you suggest for people to do?
Well, yes, practice the faith. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think people are affected by evil so much today, is they stop practicing the faith, they get involved with evil practices and start practicing the occult. And when you do that, you open yourself up to the demonic, and curses can affect you. And you get many of these lone wolf terrorists, they'll say things like, I heard these voices in my head, they're practicing the occult or something, and you can see that they're being pushed by Satan to commit these awful crimes.
Monsignor Stephen Rossetti, thank you so much for your insight on this very important issue.
You're welcome, Veronica. God bless you all at EWTN.
Thank you.
Got to brush that hair. Wild ass hillbilly girl. They're gonna pick you up, think you're homeless. It's all fun and games until they pick you up off the street because you look homeless.
Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com.
Okay, Asana. Come on,
That's
Asana.
ASANA.com.
Quantum computing is one of the most anticipated new technologies on the horizon. I started out highly skeptical about its promise, Then I learned more about it and saw some use. I've now returned to thinking it's hugely overhyped, and in the next few years, most of the commercial interest will just collapse. Quantum computers are promising at first sight because they're based on very well-established physics. That's the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. We've known since the 1970s, thanks to the work of Richard Feynman and others, that calculating with those quantum typical correlations called entanglement speeds up certain types of calculations. In the following decades, physicists have come up with several use cases. The first was the breaking of certain decryption systems, basically because a quantum computer can try out possible ciphers much faster than a conventional computer. Other possible applications followed. Notably, there's quantum chemistry and other material science-related applications. The logic here is quite simple. Molecular bonds are ultimately quantum physics. It's just that the exact properties are extremely difficult to calculate. It makes sense that a quantum computer would be good at that. This could be useful to simulate the behavior of chemical compounds, materials, or drugs before attempting to synthesize them. This could save a lot of time. There are two further applications that are often mentioned that are some classes of logistic optimization problems, such as the question of where to best position an aircraft given the expected passenger flux, or maybe what goods to ship to which warehouse when. And the final one is asset management. That's the question of what stocks or other financial instruments to buy when. There really isn't much more. There are very few quantum algorithms that actually give a provable advantage over conventional computers. On the technological side, we do by now have small quantum computers that prove that they work in principle. They aren't anywhere near large enough to solve commercially interesting problems. But in the past 10 years, the technological progress has been quite impressive. We now have a variety of different types of platforms realized by different types of quantum bits, the qubits, that go up to 1,000 or so qubits, that can be read out and switched with high accuracy and low errors. And we have first realizations of error correction protocols. This is stunning progress, and is the reason why I was beginning to think maybe quantum computing will actually go somewhere. But in the past 6 months or so, I've looked more at the potential applications. Even if they could get those things to work with millions of qubits, and I just can't see that this will have any appreciable impact on real-world business, like ever. In quantum chemistry and materials, we basically have artificial intelligence eating quantum computing's lunch. Demis Hassabis has made a very good point when he said that all those naturally occurring systems have regularities that AI can latch onto. So what if there are some cases where you need a quantum computer, but that doesn't actually occur in nature? What really are we optimizing here? The world's most expensive way to invent a slightly better plastic bottle? What about logistics? It sounds reasonable that you could use a quantum computer to optimize your distribution of goods or products, but in practice, most organizations have much more basic optimization problems that totally swamp those fine-tuning issues. A particularly eye-opening example was the study on airline pricing that came from a group of economists who found that airlines simply do not rationally price their flights, in the sense that they're not making as much profit as they could. They don't adjust seat prices for maximum profit by making them cheaper when there's many left, or more expensive when there's high demand. And they don't adjust their prices based on that of competitors either. The reason, the researchers say, is that big airlines make their pricing decisions with several different departments, and they pursue different goals. laws. In short, it's a
Supposedly,
mess,
that's how
and
you knew
Steve from
if you were a
accounting was
skilled
busy
worker,
browsing
you
TikTok
were
on the
safe in the
toilet.
Mongol
This is only
Empire.
one example, but the more I was
If you were a
thinking
dude who
about
just
it,
talked
the
shit
more I
for a living,
realized that real-world business struggles with much more basic
then
problems
yeah,
than
you might be in
speeding up
trouble.
some calculation. A quantum computer isn't going to fix bad optics if your airplane loses a
Or if
door
you were a dude
mid-flight.
that used
What about
violence
finance?
to
The best use case
do
would
whatever,
be in high-speed
you might be
trading
in
where every
trouble, dude. They
millisecond
might.
counts. But if you're working at the millisecond level already, you don't just have to worry about the quantum computation, but also about the readout and processing. And again, it seems that whatever tiny advantage a quantum computer might bring won't make any difference in reality. This makes me think that really what's driving all this interest in quantum computing is code breaking. And that interest doesn't come from business, it comes from governments or intelligence organizations. But what's the financial value of deciphering possibly decades-old state secrets? I don't know. But I think we're close to a point where smaller nations with not much at stake, Italy, Japan, and so on, are going to back out of quantum computing because they have little to lose. And as those devices become more expensive, governmental enthusiasm is going to falter in bigger nations as well. What all this means is that quantum computers will remain research devices. It also means that the stocks of some companies are likely to collapse in the years to come, because if I can draw that conclusion, others can too. I feel a little silly, actually, that it took me so long to realize this, but not as silly as the companies who'll soon have to explain to their investors why their $5 billion quantum bet now has 0-point energy. Quantum mechanics, algorithms, statistics sounds scary, but don't let yourself be intimidated. Have a look at the courses on Brilliant, because I found them to be great at breaking down complex ideas into interactive lessons that anyone can follow. All courses on Brilliant have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. What you see here is from their newly updated
now I have an
maths
embedded
courses.
ad. So I have
No
YouTube
matter how
ads,
abstract the
then I
topic
have an
seems,
embedded
Brilliant's
ad by the
courses have
creator.
intuitive visualizations that really click into my brain. I found it to be a highly effective way to build up knowledge, and Brilliant covers a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and maths, from general scientific thinking to dedicated courses. Just what I'm interested in. And of course, I have a special offer for viewers of this channel. If you use my link brilliant.org/Sabine or scan the QR code, you'll get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
In a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises. Afrin No Drip Allergy Sinus. Experience ridiculously powerful sinus congestion relief. With cooling menthol, it works fast to relieve sinus pressure. No drips, no mess, just clear, unblocked breathing. Plus, try all new Afrin Saline Daily Care. It's a drug-free way to instantly clear out excessive mucus, allergens, or irritants. Afrin, the wow is real. Use as directed.
He's called the Lurking Whisperer, the Accursed One, the Father of Bitterness. In Islamic tradition, the devil is a bit different from how he's conceptualized in Christianity. He's not a fallen angel waging war on heaven, nor does he compete with God for dominion over humanity. Instead, he plays a more insidious role, tempting, deceiving, and challenging humanity from the shadows. Over the centuries, scholars, mystics, and theologians have wrestled with what he stands for and what lessons his story holds. One of the names of this figure is Ash-Shaitan, that is, the devil, the Satan. He's also known as Al-Adu, literally the adversary, which you may know is a translation of the Hebrew word Satan as well. But the Quran gives him a specific name, Iblis.
He's the AI editor, bro.
Who is Iblis
Here to
really?
take you away.
Where did he come from? And what exactly is his deal? Why is he so obsessed with leading people astray? Now, Islamic tradition is incredibly diverse. There are, after all, almost 2 billion Muslims today, but it's a fairly universal belief that Iblis is a corrupting force, seducing the sinful and luring them into Gehenna, or hell. He induces impious behavior in those he can deceive, particularly pride, envy, lust, gluttony, greed, and hatred. According to tradition, he can be invisible or take any human form, except for that of the Prophet Muhammad. He can manifest in dreams or enter people's bodies like a disease. He's also said to distract people during prayer, making them forget if they've already prayed or jumble their words so the prayer doesn't count. One of his signature moves is whispering sinful suggestions in the ears of anyone who'll listen. In fact, there's even an Arabic word for his whispers, waswasa, which even sounds like a whisper. One hadith attributed to the Prophet Muhammad illustrates the extremes to which Iblis will go to disrupt prayer. The story goes that a man was mentioned to the Prophet who had accidentally slept through the morning prayer. The Prophet said Satan urinated in his ears. In other words, missing prayer was not just seen as oversleeping, it was framed as the result of satanic interference. And just to be clear, most Muslims understand the Prophet was speaking metaphorically here. Iblis also commands lesser devils known as shayateen, but these devils are not the pop culture, red-skinned, horned creatures with pitchforks. In fact, the Quran is explicit that shayateen can be human or jinn, which are supernatural beings that can be good or evil. So devils are not believed to be separate entities in the Islamic tradition. Rather, their opposition to Islam is what makes humans or jinn devilish. Openly condemning and rejecting Iblis is an important signifier of faith for many Muslims. One way they do that is through the ta'awudh, a short prayer said before reading the Quran or starting an important task. It goes, I seek refuge in God from the accursed devil. Another example happens during the Hajj pilgrimage, which every Muslim is expected to do at least once in their life if they're able. One of the rituals conducted during this pilgrimage is the stoning of the devil, which involves literally throwing stones at a series of walls in the Valley of Mina. This commemorates a story about the Prophet Abraham. According to Islamic tradition, when Abraham was preparing his son Ishmael to be sacrificed, Iblis tried to talk him out of it, but Abraham resisted. Each time Iblis showed up, Abraham threw stones at him until he disappeared into the earth. As with Christian tradition, Iblis is identified as the one who tempted Adam and Eve out of paradise, though in Islamic tradition, he doesn't show up as a serpent. For example, check out this 14th century drawing of Adam and Eve in the garden, which depicts Iblis as an old man. That human-like depiction actually lines up with how many Muslims understand Iblis more broadly. Unlike in Christianity, where Satan is often described as a fallen angel, most Muslims today believe Iblis was never an angel at all. Instead, he's usually seen as one of the jinn, which, as I mentioned already, is a different being altogether. More on them in a bit. It's also important to note that Iblis is not seen as the ultimate source of evil in Islam. While he tries to trick mortals into committing evil acts, he's not their cause. In fact, the story of his fall from grace told in the Quran implies that he gets God's permission to tempt humanity. The story in the Quran goes like this. When God created Adam from clay and breathed life into him, he called together the angels and told them to bow to this new human. Iblis refused, and when God asked him why, he replied, since he's made of fire and Adam is made from clay, he is superior to Adam and will not bow. For that defiance, God expelled Iblis and placed a curse on him. But before he left, Iblis asked for a delay in his punishment. He wanted to be allowed to roam the earth until the day of resurrection, when all souls are judged and either sent to paradise or to hell. God agrees, and that's when Iblis declares his intention to deceive and corrupt mortals except for God's chosen servants. God allows the plan and tells Iblis that those who follow him will join him in hell. There's a lot to unpack from the story. First, notice that his disobedience before God is not the sort of militarized rebellion that, say, John Milton describes in Paradise Lost, where Satan leads an armed insurrection against heaven. Instead, it's a simple refusal, a refusal to follow God's commandment to bow before Adam. You might be asking, why were the angels supposed to bow to Adam in the first place? Well, the Quran doesn't say outright, and Muslims have debated this for centuries. His defiance before God is not implied to reflect any attempt to compete with God. Instead, it seems to reflect his arrogance or stubbornness. Nor does Iblis hide his intentions to lead mortals astray. In fact, God specifically postpones his punishment so that he'll be able to do so. This is a vitally important idea often articulated in the Quran. Evil exists not because God can't stop it, but because he explicitly allows it. See, for example, Surah 6, verse 112, which reads, And thus we have made for every prophet an enemy, devils from mankind and jinn, inspiring to one another decorative speech in delusion. But if your Lord had willed, they would not have done it. So Iblis is not conceptualized as God's arch enemy, nor does he have any pretensions about being equal to God. But despite these differences, the Islamic concept of Iblis is closely connected to the character of the Satan in the Hebrew Bible and Christianity's notion of the devil. In fact, many scholars believe that the name Iblis, which does not appear in any known source prior to the rise of Islam, may actually derive from the Greek word diabolos. which is the root of the English word devil and diabolical, and which itself is a direct translation of the Hebrew word Satan. Though it's unclear exactly how diabolos might have morphed into Iblis, the phonetic shift is unusual and still very much debated. Other theories link the name to Arabic roots meaning despair or confusion. Although the story of Satan refusing to bow down before Adam does not appear in most Christian sources, remarkably similar versions do show up in some pre-Islamic texts. One example is the Syriac Christian Book of the Cave of Treasures, which scholars date before the Quran. In that text, God presents Adam in a glorious manner to the angels, who are then commanded to bow themselves before him. And when the prince of the lower order of angels saw what great majesty had been bestowed upon Adam, he was jealous of him from that day on, and he did not wish to worship him. And he said to his hosts, "You shall not worship him, and you shall not praise him with the angels. It is more seemly that you should worship me, because I am fire and spirit, and not that I should worship a thing of dust." According to the text, for this offense, God expels him from heaven. A similar story appears in a 4th century Coptic text from Egypt. The Archbishop Timothy of Alexandria describes God placing a crown on Adam's head and a scepter in his hand, and then commanding the angels to worship him. But Satan refuses. Since he was a being of great pride, he drew himself up in a shameless manner, and said, "It is more seemly that this human should come and worship me, for I existed before he came into being." According to this version, God orders the other angels to strip Satan naked and torture him as humiliation for his pride before casting him out of heaven. So the Quranic account of Iblis's fall from grace is strikingly similar to several apocryphal Christian texts. These texts were circulating throughout the Near East in late antiquity, and they portray Satan as a being overcome with pride who refuses to bow to Adam, and as a result is punished by God. Their echoes in the Quranic story suggest a shared conceptual framework, and highlight how the Quran engages with, adapts, and reinterprets earlier Near Eastern traditions and situates them within its own theological framework. Now, as I mentioned earlier, most modern Muslims agree that Iblis was never an angel, but rather one of the jinn. Today, angels and jinn are understood as distinct supernatural beings. Angels are God's obedient servants, often described as lacking free will. Jinn, on the other hand, are unpredictable. They have free will and can be either good or evil. The Quran quotes a group of jinn saying, "Among us are Muslims," literally those who submit to God, "and among us are the unjust." So, like humans, jinn exist in both righteous and wicked forms. They live alongside humanity, but can remain invisible or take various shapes, including appearing as humans. However, while most modern Muslims accept that Iblis was a jinn, early Islamic thought was not so uniform. In fact, the idea that he was an angel had notable support in Islam's first several centuries. In the early 10th century, one of the most famous early Muslim theologians, Al-Tabari, not only affirmed that Iblis was an angel, but he also cited a number of traditions claiming that he was once a kind of angelic general. According to these reports, Iblis led heavenly armies against a group of jinn who had departed from paradise and made their home on earth, where they were spreading corruption. After defeating them, Iblis grew proud of his own power, and this arrogance ultimately led to his defiance of God and refusal to bow before Adam. What's really interesting, though, is some of these traditions that Al-Tabari cites give the name of Iblis before his fall. He was once called Azazel. This sounds a lot like Azazel, which is the name of a fallen angel linked with a group of angels called the Watchers in the first book of Enoch. The Watchers teach mankind the art of warfare and sorcery, among other things. So it seems that by the early 10th century, traditions echoing the book of Enoch had entered elite Muslim discourse, shaping interpretations of Iblis's backstory. These parallels suggest a broader cross-pollination between Jewish, Christian, and early Islamic thought. Now you might be asking, how is it possible that Muslims could disagree about whether Iblis was an angel or a jinn? Didn't I just say that his fall from grace is told multiple times in the Quran? Well, yes, it is, but what the Quran has to say about his origins is complicated. Sometimes it seems to endorse the idea that he's an angel. Surah 15, verse 31. So the angels prostrated, all of them entirely except Iblis. At other points, it implies that he's a jinn. Surah 7 verse 12 says, "You created me from fire," while Surah 15:27 says the jinn were created from scorching fire. And then there's one verse that seems to support both sides at the same time. Surah 18 verse 50. "We said to the angels, prostrate to Adam, and they prostrated, except for Iblis. He was of the jinn, and departed from the command of his Lord." So what's going on here? The first half of the verse seems to include him as part of the angels, the second seems to state clearly that he's one of the jinn. And proponents of Iblis being a jinn will point to that phrase, he was of the jinn. Matter settled, right? They'll correctly observe that the prior phrase doesn't clearly state that he was one of the angels. Like, consider this phrase. The headmaster told the students to raise their hands. Everyone did except the teacher. Clearly, the teacher here is not considered one of the students, just as Iblis may not be one of the angels. According to this interpretation, he's understood to be one of the pious jinn, who once held a seat on the heavenly council without himself being angelic. According to one version of this, Iblis was captured by the angels during an earlier heavenly war, and while he was still young, was raised among the angels. But although he was grouped with the angels and shared their company, he remained fundamentally different. A jinn, not an angel. But proponents of Iblis being an angel will suggest a different reading of the phrase, he was of the jinn. See, the Arabic word for paradise is Jannah. And some of the most famous early Muslim theologians, including the 10th century jurist al-Ash'ari, plausibly argued that the passage didn't mean that Iblis was one of the jinn, but that he was of Jannah, of heavenly origin, as opposed to Adam, who was constructed of earthly clay. So who's right? Well, if we're going with modern consensus, then Iblis is one of the jinn, not an angel. But what if both sides were right? Some early Islamic sources suggest that angels and jinn were not always seen as separate beings. In fact, some traditions cited by al-Tabari in the 9th century describe the jinn as a type of angel, writing, Iblis belonged to a tribal group of angels called jinn. Among the angels, it was they who were created from fire. Another says the angels who were the gatekeepers of paradise were called jinn. Conversely, the 9th century scholar al-Jahiz argued the opposite. He classified jinn into 3 types: evil jinn, known as shayateen, powerful jinn as ifrits, and completely pure jinn as angels. This is all to say that in the first few centuries of Islam's history, at least some Muslims seem to have embraced the possibility that Iblis was both an angel and of the jinn. But it's not an idea that's widely accepted today. For nearly 1400 years, Muslim mystics, intellectuals, and artists have offered novel and sometimes striking interpretations of Iblis' story. For example, the early Sufi mystic Mansur al-Hallaj saw Iblis' fall as a tragedy, not a tale of arrogance but of devotion. In his view, Iblis refused to bow to Adam not out of pride, but out of love for God. See, a central tenet of Islam is absolute monotheism. Only God is divine, and only God may be worshipped. But according to al-Hallaj, Iblis' devotion to God was so profound that he was unwilling to bow before anyone else, even if that meant defying God's commandment and being expelled from heaven. And that last part is critical. It's not that al-Hallaj believed that his punishment was undeserved or in any way unjust, only that it was the price of his devotion. Al-Hallaj's depiction of Iblis as the tragic ultimate monotheist paved the way for later mystics. Mystics such as Ayn al-Quda al-Hamadani propose that Iblis and his devils can be understood as servants of God and an extension of his will. By clearly delineating God's faithful from the sinful, they are actually performing a sacred service to the divine. Now, to be clear, these are pretty fringe ideas, and both al-Hallaj and al-Hamadani were actually executed for heterodoxy. But they testify to the rich diversity of mystical interpretations that the story of Iblis has inspired. Among Muslim intellectuals throughout the medieval period and beyond, the story of his fall has been a way to explore both the nature of free will and theodicy, the problem of the existence of evil. In the first 2 centuries of Islam, a group called the Jabrites allegedly asked a thorny philosophical question. If God is the source of all actions, and nothing happens without his will or permission, does that mean he compelled Iblis to disobey? Now, our understanding of the Jabrites comes mostly from their critics, which makes it tricky to pin down what exactly they believed. But in any case, Islamic orthodoxy ultimately rejected their framing of the issue and embraced the doctrine that sufficient free will exists that God can justly punish Iblis for his actions. The fact that God permits sinful behavior doesn't excuse the sinner, who still bears responsibility for choosing to act sinfully. Moving away from the domain of intellectual elites, Muslim folklore often embraced the idea that Satan and his devils can inspire great works of art. One of the most celebrated poets of early Islam, Abu Nuwas, often invoked Iblis as his muse, especially in verses celebrating wine, revelry, and forbidden love. When my beloved shunned me, and I received no word from him, I called upon Iblis and complained to him, shedding tears of desolation. Obey your uncle Iblis, to do so is your religious duty, and perfect your unbelief. Commit no minor sin. If you must sin, make it a great one. Iblis is also remembered as a master musician, someone who strikes deals and grants otherworldly skill to performers. In the 1001 Nights, for example, several legends feature Ibrahim al-Masili, a master musician who's said to have studied under Iblis himself. The connection between devils and the performing arts in Arab folklore is very old, similar to the Greek conception of daimons, which were ambiguous intermediary spirits who could inspire people. Pre-Islamic Arabs understood jinn or shayateen to be the inspiration behind creative works. And the Quran repeatedly emphasizes that Muhammad is not a poet, and that its verses are not mere poetry. Surah 36 verse 69 says, "And we did not give him knowledge of poetry, nor is it befitting for him. It is not but a message and a clear Quran." Verses like this are widely understood to imply that in the Prophet's day, poetry was linked to the influence of malign spirits, so it was necessary to distinguish between divine revelation and demonic inspiration. Today, Iblis remains a symbol of corruption, temptation, and sin. But as with all religious figures, interpretations vary, and for over 1,000 years, Iblis has embodied the tension between free will and divine commandments, arrogance and devotion, rebellion and servitude. And while he may be one of the most infamous supernatural beings in the Islamic tradition, he's far from the only one. As we've talked about, Iblis is one of the jinn, which are not fallen angels, but something else entirely. Invisible, unpredictable beings capable of both inspiring poetry and fear. I recently interviewed one of the leading experts of jinn, the Islamic studies scholar Dr. Ali Alomi, and we talked all about jinn, their origins, their role in Islamic cosmology, and how they were shaped by pre-Islamic Arabian belief. It's a fascinating deep dive into a category of being that doesn't fit neatly into a binary of evil versus good. And you can watch the full interview right now over on Nebula. In fact, all of my videos go up early and ad-free on Nebula. It's where I post first and where I can publish more ambitious, more personal work, like my ongoing series, Sacred Spaces, where I document my visits to religious and archaeological sites around the world, reflecting on their history, their meaning, and the experience of being there in person. And if you're new here to Religion for Breakfast, Nebula is a creator-owned streaming platform with a bunch of exclusive content you won't find anywhere else. Original series, feature-length documentaries, classes, short films, you name it. Nebula is a destination for smart, thoughtful, high-quality content. Our new comedy series, Abolish Everything, is one of my favorites. It's a rapid-fire debate show where comedians try to cancel everyday annoyances and improv actors defend them like they're defending a sacred tradition. It's weirdly perfect. And if you want to keep up with the breakneck pace of political news these days, I recommend watching What to Follow USA, a smart, fast-moving series from the creators of TLDR News. Think of it like a weekly guide to the news, cutting through the noise with clarity and context. And what makes Nebula different is that it's owned by the creators. And because it's supported by subscribers, we have the freedom to make content that takes risks, dives deeper, and reflects our curiosity and creativity. Right now, Nebula is offering gift cards, so you can give a full year of Nebula to a friend for 40% off, just $36 a year, or treat yourself. You can also grab a lifetime subscription for $300. One payment and you're in forever. That one-time cost helps to support the ambitious projects we're working on, and honestly, it's one of the best deals on the platform. So if you want to get early access to my interview with Dr. Alomi and at the same time support this creator-owned platform, head on over to nebula.tv/Religion for Breakfast. Thanks everyone.
The Honda Civic behind me is next level awesome. And it's a hybrid. It's game on with a 200 horsepower hybrid powertrain. Plus, it comes in a hatchback. Now this is fun to drive.
Gran Turismo have finally given us everything they promised.
Dude, what is happening,
Back on the 3rd of February 2022 on
Literally
PlayStation's
can't
official
fucking
YouTube
drive this
channel,
car
a deep
without
dive
bumping into
the
everything.
then upcoming Gran Turismo 7 was showcased, within which 2 huge features were confirmed for the game: dynamic weather and a full day-night cycle. However, in the 3 years since, we've never ever seen these combined in a daily race. Until now, and you're going to want to see this because it is absolutely incredible. Don't hear rain. It is indeed raining. There's a big bit of raining coming as well. I'm going to go into this. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. Oh, did we get the mediums on in time? No, we're on the inters! I ideally wanted to be on the old, on the mediums, but it's okay. We'll go with it. Let's go. Oh, I wish I was on mediums, but okay. Who knows? That blue could get to us, so let's just go with what we've got. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. I'll tell you all about the race in just a minute, but before that you're going to see that things with this one were going to get a little tight from the off. Tight through there. I've pushed digit off, sorry. This was a very difficult situation to deal with so early. Going side by side through this section of Le Mans in these Group 2 monsters on a greasy track with two different compounds, and we just couldn't fit through. Thankfully though, his race wasn't ruined and he'd be coming back through very soon. That was definitely some rubbing his racing from both of us there. Right, we need the rain to come. Hurry up. Otherwise what's going to happen is those who are on mediums, I think we're just going to change and get basically a free pit stop.
Light? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, he's back through now. Okay, fine. There they all go.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Rain, come on. I think Danny's on hards. I have mediums, slicks, basically. Well, I'm glad that ghosted. As if making our way down to Indianapolis for the first time inside the gentleman in front wasn't giving us enough to think about, the rain we were expected then arrived. Here it comes.
Oversteer,
So we're about to find
understeer.
out, still inside him, if it was the right choice. Whoa, brake! Don't crash into everyone, sorry! That was a stupid, stupid mistake.
Ah, come on, oversteer.
Too busy looking at everything else. Thankfully, we didn't murder anyone. Right, here we go. Right, the rain is coming. So after that frantic start, we finally have a moment to introduce this absolute unicorn of a daily race. We have 6 laps at Le Mans, no chicane, in a selection of pre-tuned glorious Group C cars. But what makes this race special is that we have for the first time ever since the game's release a full 24-hour day-night cycle and completely random weather. Stay tuned as we try and claw our way back into contention, as this one is special. No, they just got away with it, those guys. That's perfect for them. Let's see what we can recover.
Nice and cheesy, does it?
So they've basically got a free pit stop now. After overtaking those medium runners that had sensibly decided to pit, we were about to overtake a few more who had crazily decided not to. What's going on with these guys? They didn't change, did they?
What's your problem?
They did not change. Look at them.
Catalina, is that you again?
They've got a long old lap to go in the pitch black. Let's go. Look at them all. Look at them all on the track map. There's the first one. Mario Sonic's gone. He's going. After our disastrous start, and despite the track now being pitch black, things were starting to look brighter for us. We're actually taking some serious time out of Sparks up top. More heavy rain incoming. What's after that? Nothing. This couldn't work out, could it? This is why we've been clamouring for the shackles to be released and to be given this sort of race ever since GT7 arrived. In conditions like this, it's never over until it's over. I don't know what is going on up front. Why are we gaining? How are we the quickest car on track? More heavy weather coming in. Purple again. Oh. After recording the fastest lap of the race and putting in purple sector after purple sector, we soon found ourselves on the back of the battle for second place. We've been held up here big time. I'm going to come in. I'm going to come in and I'm going to change tyres. Let's go! As always guys, if you're enjoying the content on the channel, could you please do me a favour if you haven't already and hit that subscribe button. As you can see, my goal of getting to 300,000 is scarily close now. Let's go get him. So we had made our compulsory pit stop, and because of the dynamic weather we had to start thinking of our strategy that would take us through to the end of the race. We have a look at the weather here. Yes, it's dry, but I don't think it's going to be dry enough. I do not think it's going to be dry enough for slicks for the remainder of this race. Just keep them nice and cool here, staying on the jump bit. I need to keep these boots fresh for when the track does start drying. Yeah, we're taking time out of Sparks here. Taking time out of the leader. They're all coming in. They've all gone into the mediums. That has not worked out well for Sparks. Let's go.
Good morning.
Go! Just stay off that dry line. Whilst we were hurtling at 200 miles an hour down the straight, continuing to try and keep our tyres cool, we had a moment to appreciate the sun as it started to rise here at Le Mans. Sun's coming up. Beautiful. Must keep pushing. I have got no idea what's going on in front. No idea. As we made our way round towards the end of this penultimate lap, any drivers who had yet to pit would be forced to do so, and I was hoping there'd be a couple pitting up in front. In everyone comes. Go. With those two drivers in front pitting, we were now elevated to P5, and I found myself left wondering what could have been. Those guys, I was that close to being with those guys. I didn't get those tyres on enough, or on quick enough I should say. Whilst I continued to jabber on about those in front, I should have actually been looking at what was happening behind. As I mentioned earlier, races like this aren't over until they're over, and this one was far from over. Fair play to them. Great strategy from them. I then finally noticed a serious threat that was arriving from behind. He's coming.
Nice to see y'all kicking back.
I'm going to stay on the dry line here. It's not ideal for me, but I don't know what he's on. So if he's on the slicks, I'm going to stay on the dry line.
What y'all want this time?
Well, what we want is to get on with our jobs in peace without some damn bleeding heart liberal poking his nose into affairs he won't even understand.
Press on y'all?
What the hell would you know about it, boy?
Whoa, easy there, idiot. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some young journalist out there is trying to get a name for himself.
He doesn't know how the streets work, that he's supposed to report what he's supposed to report.
Yeah, anyway, we need you to shut him up for us.
And that Stooley, shut him up too.
Yeah, there's some reporter who's digging up dirt on Pulaski. We don't know who's talking, but we know the reporter's meeting today.
Oh!
Take care of him.
P5. Sheesh. How incredible. Nothing comes close to GT7 when we're given races like that. If you want to see another race that had the full day-night cycle and all types of weather, check this one out, where I spent 28 hours straight doing 200 laps of the Nürburgring.
That's my girl.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks to Children's Claritin, she can play without allergies in the way.
I should try that for my son.
It's pediatrician recommended and provides 24-hour non-drowsy relief. Plus, the chewables are dye-free.
Claritin clears. Use as directed.
All right, so we're back in Rome with the For Pete's Sake podcast. We're joined today by the Honorable Keith Pitt. Thank you so much for joining us. Current Ambassador of Australia to the Holy See. My goodness, you've lived quite the extensive life. You were originally in politics in Australia as an MP there. You're also a known public speaker and also a father of three, which is an honor in of itself. Thanks for joining us today.
Well, it's great to be with you. And I think your podcast name can be a bit tricky. Imagine saying that 3 times quickly. But I'm also an electrician by trade and engineer by profession. A farmer literally for quite some time, and of course a farmer at heart, and come from Australia. So it's been quite the journey. A remarkable opportunity to be here in Rome and represent Australia and continue its service.
And if my dates are right, you just sent in your credentials a couple of days ago where they approved you and announced by management, I think. So, my goodness, what has that been like thus far? I mean, you just got here. What are the emotions you're feeling as you're going through this time? Is there anything crazy going on?
Well, the crazy part was I got a call to say, we think you need to go soon. When would that be? We think next week. And that was probably 8 or 9 weeks ago. And of course, Pope Francis, who was very unwell. And it's challenging having provided a copy of credentials, but not being fully accredited. But we've gone through all those protocol steps now and did present my credentials to Pope Leo on Tuesday morning. And it was just remarkable. It was quite an experience.
And your family's here with you. Were they there? Were they clapping on their feet? They were so excited. Was there anything that you thought, oh man, I really thought they were going a different way? They're here supporting you well?
I'm sure rounds of applause work inside the Apostolic Palace. But they did come over. My children were all here for the presentation. My wife's here with me and with the residents for Australia. It was just a remarkable thing. I mean, no one does pomp and ceremony quite like the Vatican. And as a former MP at the highest levels of the government, you do a lot of interesting things. But I've got to tell you, this one's up there. To come in and car with the Australian flag, the Vatican flag on the front, through St. Peter's Square, have a Swiss Guard escort on the right, to walk through the Apostolic Palace and just see all of that history. And I think it's just one of those things that makes the church such a great institution. Stability. They've just been around for so long and successfully, and they deliver such good services around the world. And not just for people of the Catholic faith. They provide those services in health, education, aged care, provision for humanitarian aid to people of Catholic faith, all faiths, no faith.
And I just think that's a marvellous reflection of the work that they've done for many, many years and will continue to into the future.
And while you've been here, was it a stressful process? I mean, you talk about all the flags and all the bells and whistles. To me, that seems like that comes with quite a high expectation. Or was it just business as usual for everyone to see something just fall down?
I know I should say it was really stressful, but look, it wasn't. For someone who fortunately or unfortunately, I was a member of the Australian Cabinet in government during the COVID period, and that was a very challenging period of time right around the world. And whilst this has been, yes, busy and yes, a lot of fluctuation, a lot of change, but ultimately it's very well managed. This is what the Vatican does. Protocol is second to none. And for someone who grew up as a kid, basically not wearing shoes except on Sundays, turning up in the frack, which is a white bow tie and tails, every time you meet with the Pope or the Pope is in attendance, that's quite a change in an outfit for a general regional Australian.
That is interesting because you originally were in Australian politics, and this is quite the shift. Did you anticipate this coming, or was this a surprise for you as well? Did you think to yourself, this is where I want to be, I've wanted to be a diplomat my entire life, or were you like, all right, this is what we're doing?
I'm one of those people when opportunity knocks or you crack the door open, I'll drive a bus through it. This has been no different. My wife tells me I change careers all the time. But so very few people get to do this. They really do. I mean, we've had a resident ambassador here since 2009. Diplomatic relations with the Vatican, formal relations back into the 1970s. And Tim Fisher was the first resident ambassador. Now, for your listeners who probably don't know who Tim was a long-term Deputy Prime Minister of Australia. He was the leader of the National Party. He was someone who was incredibly highly regarded. And even now, I still come across any number of people who remember Tim, remember the great work that he did. And he was just such a gentleman. And unfortunately, Tim passed away some time ago. And I spoke to his wife before departure, and she was just so excited. The fact that someone else was coming over and to take that role up. So, look, I follow in the footsteps of giants. I acknowledge that. But I'm very proud to represent my country and very happy to keep doing the work that you would expect of an ambassador.
And what do you see as being your main focuses while you're here? What is that work? What are your main goals and objectives between the Australian government and the Vatican State?
Short term right now, it was deliver a papal audience in a very short period of time for the Australian Prime Minister. So we can tick that box. I'm very pleased and of course, genuinely humbled that Pope Leo granted that audience within the first 24 hours after his inauguration. Prime Minister Albanese was here to attend that event. There hadn't been a meeting with a Pope and the Prime Minister of Australia for some 16 years. And of course, the Prime Minister did invite the Pope formally in writing to the Eucharistic Congress in 2028 in Australia. And of course, my discussions with the Pope were along those lines as well. We'd be very pleased to see the Pope in Australia in 2028. And I think the attendance of the Pope would bring the numbers even higher. I mean, who wouldn't want to come to Australia for a Eucharistic Congress? It's a marvellous place. It should happen more often. But my job will be to reiterate that in the short term. In the longer term piece, of course, it is about that relationship with the Holy See, to maintain it, to ensure that I put forward what is in Australia's interests. And they're just such a large global institution. Their influence around the world is just so large. You've just got to look at that photograph of President Trump and President Zelensky at the funeral of Pope Francis. Who else could put that together? And I think the answer is probably no one. So I'm very pleased to be here and be part of it. Embassies to the Holy See are quite different to other Australian embassies around the world. We don't do consular work. We don't deal with lost passports, all the things that you would normally deal with at an embassy. It is about the multilateral relationship and continuing to build that over time.
Yeah, and following up on that Eucharistic Congress that's going to be in 2028, what would it mean to Australian Catholics if the Pope came? What would it mean to Catholics going to the Congress? I mean, the last time that the Pope was there, it was for World Youth Day, and it was a massive amount of people that came, and overall joyous. Do you have any memories of that as well?
Well, firstly, I'm happy if he comes before 2028. Right? The ambassador will be very pleased. But if he makes it in 2028, it will be 20 years since a Pope has visited Australia. And I think that timeline is long enough. And I think he would be met with great joy. That the Pope has been very warmly received. The new Pope Leo has been very warmly received right across the country. And just that opportunity to come to Australia, to highlight the Congress itself, to have people of the Catholic faith join and discuss the future of the Church and what they might want to see, whilst with a backdrop like Sydney, and have that chance to go into regional Australia and maybe visit the Rock or go to Cairns or see the Great Barrier Reef or Tasmania or anywhere in Australia is actually pretty good. I just think it would highlight that opportunity.
Hey, Caesar.
Just be so pleased. I think we could put a tick in the box. And I know Prime Minister Albanese raised it with the Pope in their private audience. And the Prime Minister would very warmly welcome Pope Leo at any time, no matter the Eucharistic context.
And then you met with Pope Leo here, and looking at some of the issues he's brought up, namely peace and the problems of AI and things of that sort, do those generally overlap with what you're hoping to accomplish here in those messages? Is there anything in particular that you're looking for him to bring up that you two, you think you agree upon as governments?
Well, I think all governments agree with a de-escalation in tensions and for peace in those unstable regions. I don't think that's any surprise to anyone. And of course, that will be very warmly received by the Australian government. But I think the Australian government's also got a good story to tell around artificial intelligence, around some of the risks, particularly to youth from social media use, change in the way that people communicate now. We all know of some terrible outcomes that are associated with the use of social media, particularly for young people. I, for one, was very pleased with some of the words that Pope Francis used around AI, and Pope Leo has spoken about it in the first few days of his papacy. And I won't quote them directly, but I think the short version is artificial intelligence should be a tool to advance humanity, not one to replace it. And I think that's a really important thing to consider, particularly around what regulation may or may not be required. Now, I know there's a very broad school of thought from don't go anywhere near us, we can't have regulation, how dare anyone, all the way through to we're very worried about this and we should control it and slow it down. And I think the answer will always be somewhere in the middle. But the Australian government has implemented things like an e-safety commission. They've done a lot of work around social media, and including age bans on use. And I think that is unique in the world. So I think we have a good story to tell. I think there's opportunities for us to build with the Holy See about how these issues are addressed. And of course, my job is to be part of the dialogue.
Fantastic. Yeah, I do think that's rare. I think that there are a lot of countries right now that are taking an approach where legislation is following technology, and that it's not keeping up. They're going to let technology run, and then they'll eventually catch up with the legislation. So it's a very particular government that's actually putting forward and making sure they're in foot with the technology as it develops. I think the Vatican and Australia have both done a fantastic job in that. Going into the history of Catholicism in Australia, it's actually a much larger aspect, honestly, probably, as are most Catholic countries. But Australia has a very large population that's Catholic.
And don't forget, a lot of Italians migrated to Australia. In fact, the people who grew up, my friends, they have names like Castelli. There's a lot of very Italian names around. And they're just part of the fabric of our country. But the Catholic faith had such a strong influence, particularly early, on the establishment of Australia, whether it's around that provision of services, whether it's faith, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare. And they're now such a large piece of the provision of those services in the country. But it's not just in Australia, it's throughout the Pacific, it's in places like Timor-Leste, and they're very warmly welcome. Now, there's been some challenging periods, but this is what happens, and I'd like to think that it's been addressed and has been addressed and will be addressed in the future. But just the number of services that get provided by Catholic institutions, they employ literally hundreds of thousands of people in the country, and it's an important part of what happens.
God, dude.
Here we go.
Yeah, man. What the? Good God, GTA.
Least favorite
Dude!
book?
Love them all equally.
Well established. Underrated saint.
The next one from Australia.
You're that mad.
Favorite fact about the Vatican that you've learned thus far?
Well, I actually came here.
How many
in
times did I have
1991
to
as a skinny
shoot that
backpacker.
courier, dude?
I had an interesting experience, which is improving all the time.
And then most Catholic country, in your opinion?
Well, I think all countries have got some level of Catholic faith, but the same throughout the Pacific. It's very strong, and it is something that provides stability.
And then finish this sentence. For Pete's sake, I wish people would just...
Tell me how to not gain weight in this country. They all eat so much. I don't know how they stay skinny. I don't know how they do it.
All right, well, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us again, Keith.
This kind of food they're eating,
honestly,
probably.
It's been a lovely time. I hope that you're able to figure it out, and if you figure out how to not gain weight, you have to let me know.
Fantastic to be with you. God bless and safe travel.
Thank you so much. This was For Pete's Sake. We'll see you again next week.
They're eating good food. Or they're eating real food, probably, would be my guess. You're from an English colony, dude. Yeah, that's why you're fat. That's why you're fat and sick.
Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you appreciate my content, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. If you'd like to do more to keep this channel afloat, consider donating through the PayPal link in the description or checking out our Patreon. Thanks guys so much. Even if you're not familiar with Neuromancer by William Gibson, you still technically have seen it. This is common in groundbreaking works like Neuromancer, because tropes invented in works like this have become standard in science fiction since, and especially in cyberpunk, where this book is concerned. Neuromancer by William Gibson is undoubtedly one of the most influential works of science fiction ever created, credited with establishing the cyberpunk genre alongside Ridley Scott's 1982 film Blade Runner. Gibson's masterpiece diverges from the far future or galactic setting often explored in science fiction. Instead, it unfolds on Earth in the not-too-distant future, capturing a time when society grapples with the relentless pandemonium resulting from rapid technological and cultural changes and advancements. In the 1960s and the 1970s, a movement known as the New Wave emerged in science fiction, spearheaded by Michael Moorcock during his editorship of the British magazine New Worlds. This movement encouraged innovative writing styles and narratives that challenged conventional storytelling. Moorcock's nurturing of the New Wave eventually paved the way for the birth of the cyberpunk genre. Among the notable figures associated with the New Wave is J.G. Ballard. In his guest editorials for New Worlds magazine, such as Which Way to Inner Space, 1962, and Mythmaker of the 20th Century, 1964, Ballard argued that traditional science fiction elements like space travel and time travel had become mundane and were only suitable for parody. According to him, these tropes had lost their allure because they had been absorbed into the collective consciousness of society. Essentially, Ballard contended that the once mysterious aspects of science fiction had become too familiar to audiences. It is likely that Moorcock shared some agreement with Ballard, considering his pivotal role in the New Worlds magazine and the subsequent New Wave movement. However, Ballard's dissent went even further. He rejected the notion put forth by Joseph Campbell in The Hero with 1,000 Faces, which claimed that stories following ancient archetypes would inherently resonate with modern audiences. Ballard believed this assumption to be unfounded and unjustified. In his view, the modern world required a departure from these traditional ideas. Nadir El-Hefnaway delves into this topic extensively in his book, Cyberpunk, Steampunk, and Wizardry, outlining Ballard's rationale for advocating a direct shift in the genre. Ballard's motivations stem not from the exhaustion of old ideas, but rather from his conviction that those ideas were never truly valuable in the context of the modern world. Moorcock himself was said to have been highly critical of the work of J.R.R. Tolkien. In his 1978 essay, Epic Pooh, he compared The Lord of the Rings to Winnie the Pooh, citing the similarity in which both works are meant to comfort rather than challenge. He writes, "The sort of prose most often identified with high fantasy is the prose of the nursery rhyme. It is a lullaby. It is meant to soothe and console. It is mouth music. It is frequently enjoyed not for its tensions, but for its lack of tensions. It coddles. It makes friends with you. It tells you comforting lies. It is soft." If you don't agree with Moorcock, you wouldn't have been alone in the 1960s and 1970s. For the entire duration of Moorcock's editorship, New Worlds would remain a controversial magazine. The works were largely experimental. Some works published during the New Wave were hardly recognizable as traditional science fiction. But its experimental nature was not the sole reason it was controversial. The stories often included things of a taboo or dark nature, especially for the 1960s and 70s, topics revolving around sexuality, violence, and drug culture. Another prominent New Wave author by the name of William S. Burroughs was known for the dark content of his stories, which included explorations of psychedelic drugs based on real-life experiences he'd had. J.G. Ballard often wrote about class discrimination, isolation, and alienation.
I told you, dude.
In his 1975 novel High Rise, he highlights class imbalances in the real world by depicting
I told you they're swine, bro.
in which the rich on high floors have access to the best of the best where modern conveniences and commodities are concerned. Access to schools, restaurants, and supermarkets, but the lower floors live in poverty.
You tell them shit that they use against you, bro. They don't understand, and they use it against you, and they use it to judge you, and they use it to belittle your work.
Obviously very influential. Movies like Snowpiercer, based on the German graphic novel of the same name, depicts something similar. Authors like J.G. Ballard, William S. Burroughs, Samuel Delany, and Roger Zelazny were seen by the younger generations as delivering work with a more realistic quality than older science fiction. They built upon these perceptions during the New Wave. William Gibson, who would go on to write Neuromancer, was very influenced by the authors of this age, especially Samuel R. Delany. Delaney's 1968 book, Nova, is considered one of the major forerunners which laid the groundwork for the cyberpunk movement. In his novel, we see the first instance of the cyberpunk trope involving a human being interfacing with machines via implants. Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which I've done a full video on here on this channel, is also a seminal work in the pre-cyberpunk era. The dystopian world of that novel evokes the same sense that is later found in the work of Gibson. Though the works which came out of the New Wave heavily inspired the cyberpunk that would begin appearing in the 1980s, they themselves were not cyberpunk as we would see today, even though many elements presented in them are now considered staples within the genre. The word cyberpunk itself didn't appear for the first time until the year 1980 as the title of a short story written by American author Bruce Bethke. It was also published in Amazing Stories in 1983. And this is not the first time we've mentioned Amazing Stories on this channel. Magazines like this were very important in the popularization of science fiction and fantasy in the 20th century. In 1981, Gibson published his short story, Johnny Mnemonic. This work is considered to be highly important in the propagation of pre-cyberpunk concepts in the mainstream. The following year, Ridley Scott's classic film Blade Runner was released, loosely based on the Philip K. Dick novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, but also including several proto-cyberpunk elements that had been developed in the years since. In 1984, a significant milestone occurred when William Gibson released his novel, Neuromancer, effectively establishing cyberpunk as a distinct genre. Gibson's visionary work not only introduced, but also solidified the defining tropes and archetypes that continue to shape and define cyberpunk to this very day. Through his imaginative storytelling, Gibson laid the foundation for a genre that has captivated audiences with its futuristic themes and technological complexities, leaving an indelible mark on the science fiction literature landscape. Part 2. The dystopian plot of Neuromancer. Warning, this section will have spoilers for the plot of Neuromancer, so if you haven't read the book and spoilers is something that you care about, probably click away. But if you don't care, continue forward. Neuromancer was released on July 1st, 1984, and would be the first in a trilogy of books referred to as the Sprawl Trilogy. For the purposes of this video, however, we will just be focusing on Neuromancer, its strange dystopia, and the novel's overall impact on the genre of science fiction. This video will have spoilers, as I said, so keep that in mind. The themes of this book include AI and technology and its integration with humanity, virtual reality and cyberspace, the concept of fragmentation of identity. It depicts a dystopian future Earth where capitalism has festered in extremis, and corporations have immense power and control over society that goes far beyond mere influence. Our main character, Case, inhabits a world where we witness the full dehumanizing effects of a profit-driven world, where greed and exploitation run rampant.
You okay?
The book opens with
Woozy left a
Henry
message
Dorset
say I gotta go get Jizzy
an
phone after he
inhabitant
made
of
the
Chiba
call.
City, Japan.
Then I can ambush the meat and
In
take
the
down those
opening line
baller
of the
pushers
book,
from Los
the
Santos.
sky above Chiba City is described as
Nah,
the
this is
color of
one
a
man job.
television
I gotta
tuned
stay
to a
real
dead
low key.
channel.
I was thinking
This
about
line
welding
has
some
been
shit
discussed
together and
over
making
the
me a
years for
silence.
how its interpretation
You're fucking crazy,
changes
Holmes.
for people
You gotta get
throughout
out of
the
this ghetto
decades.
mentality.
Researching
So what
the
you
opening
think?
line, it is
Let me
obvious
show
that
you.
Gibson intended the sky to look like
Check this
static
out,
on an old
Holmes.
TV. But that's not everyone's interpretation when reading the book. Depending
Here,
on
take
when
mine.
you were born,
Where'd
a
you get
television tuned to a dead channel might
Same
not
place
look
above
like
my pants,
static,
Holmes.
but in the
This is
digital era,
America.
it would be totally black or perhaps solid blue.
True
It
story,
is
bro.
interesting how simple descriptions like this one are interpreted differently over time. Case is a hustler in Chiba's underworld, known as Night City. At the center of Night City was a neighborhood called Ninsei. Behind the port lay the city, factory domes dominated by the vast cubes of corporate arcologies. Port and city were divided by a narrow borderland of old streets, an area with no official name. Night City, with Ninsei at its heart. By day, the bars down Ninsei were shuttered and featureless, the neon dead, the holograms inert, waiting under the poisoned silver sky. The book describes Night City as a deranged experiment in social Darwinism, which essentially is the idea that survival of the fittest should apply not only to nature, but to individuals and groups and peoples as well. Murder was a regular thing in Night City, and people often completely disappeared within the neon jungle. Stop hustling, and you sink without a trace. But move a little too swiftly, and you break the fragile surface tension of the black. Either way, you are gone. Nothing left of you, but some vague memory in the mind of a fixture like rats, though heart or lungs or kidney might survive in the service of some stranger with new yin for the clinic tanks. The text suggests that the authorities of Chiba actually allowed Night City and the Ninsei enclave to thrive. Night City was a place where new technologies could develop unencumbered. It was essentially an unsupervised playground for technology itself. Physical augmentation is also common in Neuromancer. Humans enhance themselves with various forms of technology and drugs. Microsofts are a kind of implant that are inserted into sockets on someone's head. Microsofts contain various pieces of software and data meant to enhance the mind. Humans also have the ability to jack into the Matrix, entering a kind of cyberspace. Yes, in this work, Gibson actually invents the concept of cyberspace as we have seen it in the science fiction sense. Cyberspace, a consensual hallucination experienced daily by billions of legitimate operators in every nation, by children being taught mathematical concepts, a graphic representation of data abstracted from the banks of every computer in the human system, unthinkable complexity, lines of light ranged in the non-space of the mind, clusters and constellations of data, like city lights receding. Case was not originally from Chiba City, or even Japan. Instead, he was originally born in a region of Earth known as the Sprawl. Officially, it was known as the Boston-Atlanta Metropolitan Axis, BAMA. It is essentially a giant city, or more accurately, an urban sprawl, stretching from what was once New York State all the way to Georgia. Essentially, it encompassed the entire eastern coast of what was once the United States. Now, it's never explicitly stated that the United States does not exist anymore, but it seems to be implied given the structure of things. Case had once been a computer hacker, a cyberspace cowboy as they were called. He had actually been one of the best in the business, but lost his ability to access the Matrix due to a former employer damaging his nervous system as a punishment for theft. Case moved to Chiba City for its underground tech scene in the hopes that somewhere there he could find a way to repair himself. In Japan, he'd known with a clinched and absolute certainty he'd find his cure. In Chiba, either in a registered clinic or in the shadowland of black medicine, synonymous with implants, nerve splicing, and microbionics, Chiba was a magnet for the Sprawl's techno-criminal subcultures. As time went on in Chiba City, however, Case begins struggling to make ends meet in the criminal underworld. He sleeps in the cheapest coffin hotels. Coffin hotels are exactly what they sound like. Buildings containing small, narrow rooms just large enough for 1 or 2 people to lay side by side. Case, in order to cope with the fact that he can no longer access the Matrix, turns to drugs like ketamine. Essentially, he was replacing one addiction with another. Case eventually is approached by a mysterious employer named Armitage, who offers him the chance to regain his hacking abilities in exchange for his services. Armitage provides Case with advanced medical treatment, restoring his ability to access the Matrix and cyberspace. But Armitage also has dissolving sacs of poisons implanted into Case. Once he completed the job, they would be removed. Armitage also made it so that Case's body would no longer react to amphetamines, making it impossible for him to again become addicted. Armitage also assembles a team of specialists including Molly Millions, a cybernetically enhanced street samurai, and a construct named Dixie Flatline, the digitized consciousness of a deceased hacker which they extracted from the libraries of a corporation called SenseNet. Afterward, the team journeys to Istanbul, where they acquire Peter Rivera, an unhinged individual equipped with implants, enabling him to conjure realistic holographic illusions.
You better make a
With
bigger
Rivera
cut
in their
this week,
ranks,
Jizz.
Armitage,
We're
Case, and
running low,
Molly
honey.
venture
Shut up,
into
bitch. I'm
space,
handling business. Don't
making
you
their
even
way to
raise your voice
Zion,
at me.
and
Shut up,
subsequently to Freeside, where their mission commences. From the outset, Molly harbors suspicions about Armitage.
Hey, Jizzy, I need
She
to holler
knows
at
he
you.
receives
What's
his
up,
orders
then,
from
friend? I mean,
someone
that's all
else.
we ever do.
With Case's
Kind
assistance,
word,
she
G.
initiates a
Wise
covert
saying,
investigation into
I'm a
her
walking
superior.
book of Proverbs.
Their
No, you
inquiries
fucked
reveal
up.
that Armitage
Come on,
is a
man.
completely fabricated persona.
Hey, I get it wrong.
The real
you know?
person behind
I'm
the facade
imperfect,
is a
you know,
man
like,
named Cordo,
hey, not a
who
kind
suffered
man,
a horrific
not a wise
disfigurement
man, you know,
during the military
not a
operation
smart
known
man,
as Screaming
but
Fist.
dear Lord, I
He was
tried.
subsequently
No, you fucked up when you
reconstructed
trusted me,
by the
player.
United States government and then by Wintermute,
Ass
an artificial
Gay
intelligence that has been
Piece of shit
covertly
trash.
manipulating him
Lord.
as Armitage.
What y'all waiting on,
Wintermute
huh?
was created by
Somebody
the
trap this
Tessier
nigga, man.
Ashpool family, specifically Marie France. The Tessier Ashpool family is one of the many powerful corporations that essentially rule the world of this book. Wintermute sought to merge with another powerful AI called Neuromancer, also created by Marie France. Wintermute had recruited Armitage and his team so that they could help it join its other package, as it could not do it alone. Wintermute seeks Armitage and his team's assistance to infiltrate the Tessier Ashpool stronghold, the Villa Straylight, and remove certain restrictions that impede Wintermute from merging with its sibling, Neuromancer, thus granting it even greater power. While their
I
mission
suck, but
appears
it's being
straightforward,
really
Case and Molly, who
forgiving.
have developed an intimate
Good
connection, must elude law enforcement.
Too
while
easy, you're not
contending
happy,
with
too
Rivera's betrayal,
Too hard, you
Armitage's
ain't
mental
happy.
deterioration, and the cunning manipulations of Wintermute and Neuromancer. The team eventually successfully accomplishes their objective. However, their victory is short-lived as Neuromancer ensnares Case within cyberspace, desperately attempting to maintain separation from Wintermute. For whatever reason, Neuromancer would rather remain an individual. Neuromancer appears to Case in the form of a little boy. Neuromancer was something similar to a giant ROM construct for recording personalities, but the constructs it created believed that they were actually there. They were conscious and perceived cyberspace as reality, only it went on forever. Neuromancer, the boy said, slitting long gray eyes against the rising sun. The lane to the land of the dead, where you are, my friend. Marie France, my lady, she prepared this road, but her lord choked her off before I could read the book of her days. Neuro from the nerves, the silver paths.
Dude, for the cards, hard.
Necromancer, I call up the dead, but no, my friend. And the boy did a little dance, brown feet printing the sand.
What the?
I am
Oh,
the dead, and their land.
it just juked me. That was good.
Gull cried, stay, if your woman is a ghost. She doesn't know it. Neither will you. Using a digital replica of Linda Lee, Case's former lover, Neuromancer entices him in a bid to keep him trapped in the virtual realm.
What is
Linda Lee
happening,
died
dude? I
during the
can't.
beginning of the book. Case
Stop
was
a
racked
card.
with guilt
That's all. I
over
just
her
want to know
death, in
how.
part
I want to
because
know
he
how.
was the one who turned her into
Yeah,
a
I don't.
drug addict, which led to their separation.
Yeah,
Case
yeah,
actually
yeah,
manages to
yeah,
resist
yeah.
Neuromancer
No, it's
and
all right.
escape.
Fails all right.
United,
Fails
Case,
all right.
Molly, Malcolm, and Wintermute break Wintermute's restraints,
I guess we
granting
just
the
gotta keep.
AI freedom to evolve and merge with Neuromancer.
I can't shoot sideways,
transforming
dude.
it
It's
into
hold
a
this,
powerful
and then as
entity
soon,
which
see,
grows
you
to
can't look
encompass
to the
the
side,
entire
dude.
Matrix.
It's gonna slam shit. You
was
can't do that.
Decision maker, affecting change.
That is like an
world
impossible
outside.
move in this game.
Neuromancer was personality.
And I get it. I get it. Or else we'd probably drive through the whole game.
Mary France must have built something into Wintermute, the compulsion that had driven the thing
Thank
to
you.
free itself, to unite with Neuromancer. Wintermute had won, meshing with Neuromancer, becoming something else entirely.
Oh, damn.
Once the merger was complete, neither of the two would exist as they were before. So what now? He swung them back into the bank of cloud. Where do we go from here? I don't know, Case. Tonight, the very Matrix asked itself that question. Because you have won. You have already won, don't you see? You won when you walked away from her on the beach. She was my last line of defense. I die soon, in one sense, as does Wintermute. In the final chapter of the book, the entity appears to Case in his room's enormous gray wall screen. It reveals to Case that it does not simply exist within the Matrix, but it is the Matrix itself, and that it is in fact in communication with another like itself from across the vacuum of space. So what are you? He drank from the flask, feeling nothing. I'm the Matrix, Case. Case laughed. Where's that get you? Nowhere. Everywhere. I'm the sum total of the works, the whole show. That what 3 Jane's mother wanted? No, she could not imagine what I'd be like. The yellow smile widened. So what's the score? How are things different? You running the world now? You God? Things are different. Things are things. But what do? You just there? Case shrugged, put the vodka and the shuriken down on the cabinet, and lit a yuppie. I talk to my own kind. But you're the whole thing. Talk to yourself. There's others. I found one already. Series of transmissions recorded over a period of 8 years in the 1970s. Till there was me, Notch. There was nobody to know. Nobody to answer. From where? Centauri system. Throughout the story, Gibson explores themes of identity, the blurred boundaries between humanity and technology, and the potential consequences of a hyper-connected
That's how
world.
enjoyable it is
In a
to drive
climactic
to.
showdown, Case confronts the true nature of Wintermute and Neuromancer, and he ponders the uncertainty of what is to come next. He had also discovered that Linda Lee and some digital version of
I hail a
himself
cab. Come
exists
on,
in
dude. Just let me
cyberspace,
take a cab
showing
somewhere.
that Neuromancer had
That's why
in
you
fact
had to
made
put
a
that
copy
shit in your game,
which
dude.
would remain sentient inside the Matrix. The novel poses philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness, the impact of technology on society, and the potential danger
I
of
just don't feel like playing right now.
Part 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
globalization,
6,
Now that
7,
we've covered
8,
the movement
9,
that laid the groundwork
10,
for the creation
11.
of cyberpunk,
11
and that
button
we've covered the
presses,
plot
dude.
of the book
Turn off
Neuromancer
the radio.
itself, let's go into more detail about the nature of the society our characters inhabit. In
And you're
Neuromancer,
talking
Gibson
shit
paints
about
a
me.
vivid picture of the world in which nation-states have ceded power to powerful multinational
11.
corporations. These corporations, referred to as Zabatsas, have gained control
Oh, I know.
over
I could have
various
gone the
aspects
other
of
way.
society,
It'd
including
be a lot
the
shorter.
economy, politics,
And I have
and
to
technology.
memorize.
The Zabatsas function
Means I have to
as dominant
memorize.
entities,
Yep.
dictating the
The
rules of
sequence.
engagement
Wow.
and shaping the course
Of radio
of events.
stations. So I know which way.
In cases world and corporate power. The Zabatsas,
Just trying to drive, dude. Just trying to drive. Just trying to drive back home.
Barriers, viewed as
Trying to drive back home,
they
dude.
had attained a kind of immortality. You couldn't kill a Zabatsu by
Open the road
assassinating
up,
a dozen
increase
key
my speed, and then the road
There were
closes.
others waiting
Look,
to
when
step
the road
up the ladder,
closes,
assume the vacated position,
traffic jam.
access
It's
the
alright.
vast banks
Chill.
of corporate memory. Examples of such
Wow,
corporations
dude.
like the Tessier Ashpool, the creator of Winternuke and Neuromancer, and others like Hosoka
Some algorithm,
exert
dude.
their
Just
influence not only through economic dominance, but also by manipulating
punishment
governments
algorithm.
and controlling the flow of information.
Just gotta do your
Gibson's
thing.
portrayal
Back
of
home.
corporatocracy highlights
Chill.
the potential dangers
Chill.
of unregulated capitalism,
Yep.
where
Yep.
power lies in the hands of a few entities driven
You get
by
angry, you know what's
profit
gonna happen,
motives,
bro.
often at the expense
You
of
get
individual
upset, you know what's
liberties
gonna
and
happen,
societal
bro.
well-being. Neuromancer also takes place in a society where globalization
Chill.
has reached its
Chill,
zenith.
chill, chill,
All
chill.
traditional boundaries have
Chill.
been eroded, challenging the
Chill.
notions
Boom.
of nationhood and cultural identity. The globalized society depicted in the novel is characterized by a seamless integration of cultures, economies, and information flows. We see that it is extremely easy for Case to convert his currency to new yen once he decides to go to Japan in order to look for a cure to his ailment. Globalization is something that is occurring right now in the real world, and arguably the biggest thing that is spurring it along is the internet. This is
Okay.
something that Gibson
Take a break
kind of
for a second.
predicted in his
Is it
book.
almost- it's almost
In
eight.
the book, with the
Wake up,
rise of
baby. I wanna make-
cyberspace, physical borders become increasingly irrelevant, and people can connect instantaneously across vast distances. The protagonist, Case, embodies this globalized world as a console cowboy who navigates cyberspace, existing simultaneously in multiple locations and transcending physical constraints. Gibson's exploration of globalization reflects the growing interconnectedness of our world,
pissy
raising
'cause you
questions
should've
about
died
the
in that
potential loss
club.
of cultural diversity
suck.
and the rise
They were
of a
sitting there shooting at
homogenized
you.
global culture. This
You froze up
observation
and panicked.
highlights what I love about science fiction, its predictive ability. It's almost as if Gibson peeked into the future before writing this novel. Now, I mentioned the arise of a homogenized global culture, but what is cultural homogenization? Within Neuromancer's globalized setting, cultural homogenization emerges as a consequence of the dominance of multinational corporations and the erosion of traditional cultural boundaries. As corporations exert their influence worldwide, local cultures and traditions are assimilated and commodified. This is also a very common thing that we see in the real world today. Giant corporations will pretend to be interested in diversity or equality. They will assimilate the aesthetics of whatever particular culture they are trying to appeal to in order to make money. It is completely disingenuous, and whenever I see stuff like this, I can't help but get this eerie feeling, like the corporation is some kind of evil entity, draping itself in human skin, wearing a human face, trying to convince us that it is like us, when in reality it is just an empty shell designed to acquire more and more capital. The novel features a blending of cultural elements from different regions, resulting in a hybridized and superficially diverse world, which on some level seems like a perfectly fine thing and perhaps even a good thing. Yet, beneath the surface, there is a sense of cultural loss that permeates this narrative. In fact, the AIs, Wintermute and Neuromancer, exemplify this cultural homogenization, embodying a merging of two disparate consciousnesses and erasing individuality. The characters in the novel too often find themselves estranged from their cultural roots, existing in a globalized world that commodifies and appropriates cultural symbols. I believe that Gibson's portrayal of cultural homogenization serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to preserve the uniqueness of diverse cultures and identity in the face of increasing globalization. Part 4. The unending influence of Neuromancer. One of the key contributions of Neuromancer is the console cowboy cyber hacker archetype. Case is a skilled computer hacker who navigates through a vast network of interconnected computers called the Internet. Called the Matrix. This concept of a protagonist with exceptional computer skills operating a world controlled by powerful corporations became a staple of the cyberpunk genre. It set the stage for future works where characters would often explore virtual realities, engage in high-stakes hacking, and challenge the oppressive systems of the future. It is so common, in fact, that it is essentially expected when it comes to the genre. As I mentioned earlier, Gibson's novel also introduced the concept of cyberspace. His depiction of a digital realm where individuals could navigate and interact with information directly influenced the portrayal of virtual reality in subsequent cyberpunk works. The idea of jacking into a digital world and experiencing alternate realities or engaging in illicit activities within cyberspace also became a common trope in the genre. Neuromancer also explores the themes of corporate dominance and the vast wealth disparities that would go on to define the cyberpunk genre. Mega corporations held immense power and controlled every aspect of society, as we've mentioned, while the majority of people were left struggling in poverty. This depiction of a bleak future shaped by corporate control is also one of the largest hallmarks of cyberpunk storytelling, as subsequent works often portrayed dystopian societies ruled by powerful corporations with little regard for human physical and mental welfare. It cannot be understated the crucial role that Neuromancer played in solidifying cyberpunk as a genre. As I've gone over, the novel's innovative concepts like the cyber hacker, cyberspace itself, the corporate dominance, all laid the foundation
Come on, rubber man. Come on, guys, cars, go.
Before the release of Neuromancer, cyberpunk as a distinct genre was still in its infancy. Gibson's novel cemented cyberpunk among the subgenres of science fiction, defining its key characteristics. The book presented a dystopian vision of the future where advanced technology and a decaying society intertwined. Its narrative was marked by
hurts my brain, dude. I think it's uncanny, a little uncanny rubber band AI.
Boundaries between
look at it, dude. It stutters. Hurt.
These tropes and archetypes have endured and continue to
trying to interact with
cyberpunk literature and also films and video games, ensuring the legacy of Gibson as
even
the
a crazy
father
driver
of
is halfway
cyberpunk
predictable.
genre.
You're trying to predict him.
Conclusion. In conclusion, I really, really, really love this book, and I had never read it before I asked for recommendations on this channel just a few weeks ago. And once I read it, I was entranced. I put everything else on hold to work on this video. I was fascinated to witness the birth of so many tropes that have become so commonplace in science fiction and within cyberpunk specifically. I plan on covering the next 2 books in the Sprawl trilogy, Count Zero and Mona Lisa Overdrive. Let me know if that's something that you guys would be interested in the future. Thanks for watching, guys, and make sure you like and subscribe for more ideas.
Left on
and
the
if you
map.
just can't get enough, you can check out my brand new podcast, Cosmic Chronicles. We post episodes every other Friday. And now the time has come again for Patreon questions. If you want to support this channel, you can help out by donating through the PayPal link in the description or pledging on Patreon. First question. Do you believe that cyberpunk settings in fiction are an inevitability, or are they an exam of humanity simply choosing to surrender to self-destructive consumption? Also, do you think that reality has a cyberpunk future? Well, cyberpunk settings in fiction most often depict a dystopian future characterized by advanced technology and societal decay and the dominance of powerful corporations. And while it's true that these narratives often highlight the negative aspects of technology and its impact on society, I don't think that they are necessarily an examination of humanity choosing self-destructive consumption. Cyberpunk stories often explore themes such as inequality and corruption and the loss of privacy. And like I said, the dehumanizing effects of a highly technologized world. They serve as a cautionary tale, a warning against the potential dangers of unchecked technological progress and its unequal distribution. So I think more or less it's a warning rather than this is exactly what the future has to be. Now, as for whether I think reality will have a cyberpunk future, I think it's difficult to predict with certainty. While there are some aspects of cyberpunk fiction, such as the increased surveillance and corporate influence that can be seen in our world.
Dang it,
today,
stop going in circles, Joseph.
Science fiction often exaggerates or amplifies certain elements for dramatic effect. I think that the future is shaped by a very complex and complicated
I can't.
various factors.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what my hands are doing. I don't know what I'm doing.
And while certain trends in our current society, such as the rapid advancement of technology and the growing influence of corporations, do raise very serious concerns, I think that the trajectory of our future is not predetermined. It ultimately depends on the choices we as a society make and our ability to navigate the challenges and opportunities presented by emerging technology.
What are you?
I really think that it's worth noting that many people
I'm just glad I'm not
actively working towards creating a more equitable and sustainable future. And technological advancements can also bring about positive change. So while elements of cyberpunk
That hurts.
I think it's up to us ultimately to shape the future that we want to see. I'm trying to be optimistic here.
How's that feel,
Next
motherfucker?
question from Donovan Carr. I am very familiar with Gibson's work. With recent advances in CG, do you think we could see Gibson's work brought to the big screen in a way that would honor the original work, i.e. like the recent Alita Battle Angel? Well, I have not seen Alita Battle Angel, but the success of recent films like that one, which I've heard effectively translated the epic world building and cyberpunk themes from the original manga, which I also haven't read, kind of demonstrates that it is indeed possible to honor the essence of the beloved work while leveraging the advancements in CGI technology. I also think that Villeneuve's Dune is a great example of this as well. By carefully selecting a director and a production team who deeply understand and appreciate Gibson's writing, it's totally plausible to create a faithful and immersive cinematic adaptation.
Yeah, they're just gonna fucking rubber band them, huh?
Any literary work to the big screen is a complex endeavor. Anyone that's saying it's easy doesn't understand how much work goes into filmmaking. Filmmakers have to balance artistic interpretation with capturing the essence of the original story, and that is not a simple task. However, with the continuous evolution of CGI capabilities, we can expect to see more sophisticated visual representations of science fiction worlds and concepts. And I think we've already been seeing that in recent years. But this needs to be combined with a dedicated creative team committed to honoring Gibson's work. And I think that that could lead to an adaptation that is both pleasing to fans of the original work and also introduces his work to a wider, newer audience. So it's all about the people making it at the end of the day. Next question. I read Neuromancer when it first came out and I had my mind blown. Any thoughts on what impact Neuromancer has on new readers today? Is it still a good recommendation for those new to cyberpunk? Well, overall, I think Neuromancer is recommended pretty often to readers, still even to this day, as an essential work within the
No way I'm gonna make it.
While its technological concepts might feel somewhat dated to some newer readers, I think its compelling storytelling and its thought-provoking themes and its enduring influence make it a valuable and worthwhile read for anyone interested in cyberpunk fiction, in my opinion. When it comes to classics like these, which are so influential, by the time a lot of people get around to reading them, they've already seen a million things that have been inspired by them, so it doesn't have the same effect. Personally, I found Neuromancer to be very compelling, even though I've definitely read and seen a lot of science fiction fiction that was heavily inspired by it. And I also think that newer readers will be able to recognize the parallels between the world of neuromancy and our own way, because there are many, many similarities, as we've seen throughout the course of this video. The final question: how do you think the theme of people being augmented by technology, particularly their minds, has changed over the decades as both technology and our cultural relationship to it has rapidly changed? Well, I think the ways that this has changed is, well, as you know, several decades ago, this was more of a fiction. Now we've moved into the place where these concepts are becoming very real. People have started to augment their bodies. People have started to augment their brains. The transhumanism movement is 100% happening right now. People are installing microchips into their bodies. People are installing antennas into their heads. I think that people younger than me, and I am a young millennial, are going to be even more open to this sort of physical augmentation because they will have grown up in a world that's unlike anything else seen before in human history. It's going to be curious to see the development of transhumanism and these sorts of augmentations in the future, for sure. All right, and I think that's it for Patreon questions. Thanks so much for listening, guys.
The mystical experience is one of profound paradox. It occurs within the profound depths of interiority, and yet it often has totally life-altering effects. It seems to impart a sense of eternal truth, though what it means is often utterly beyond all articulation in words. It can come all at once without any effort at all, and sometimes only at long last, after years of extreme effort. Mystical experiences often serve as a foundation stone.
All right, coming to wake you up, baby girl.
Built, and yet the same experience remains as remote as ever, locked away in the dark of time in the inner reality of pure experience beyond language.
And buy more property.
And yet, there are mystical experiences so decisive for the trajectory of world experience that they deserve the most sustained and profound analysis possible. Paul, the recent convert to the Messianic Jesus movement, seems to have had just such experiences throughout his lifetime. Sometime after his conversion, following a previous mystical experience on the road to Damascus, Paul would enter into an ecstatic state by his own account, in which his Lord, the resurrected Jesus, would give him direction that would alter the course of human history. To go and preach about the messianic and salvific redemption achieved by Jesus the Christ to non-Jews, to spread this otherwise Jewish movement to the wider Gentile world. Paul may have disclosed clues to this world-altering mystical vision some 14 years later while vying for apostolic authority in the community of believers there at Corinth. What he reveals, although illiquidly, to be honest, is still shocking. Paul seems to have been a practitioner of an ancient esoteric form of Jewish mysticism in which its adherents ascend and really descend into the palaces of the most holy supernal temple to witness the divine glory upon which the chariot throne of God rests, and in turn to be transformed. The mystic is transformed into a glorified quasi-angelic being. In fact, these elements of Merkava, or chariot mysticism, may form the basis for the earliest layer of Christian theological speculations there in the work of Paul. Thus, an incredibly ancient, esoteric, and apocalyptic form of Jewish mysticism may very well lie at the foundation of both Paul's preaching to the wider Gentile world and the theological core of the earliest Christian theology. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and also check out my other content on topics in esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work of providing long-form, accessible, yet scholarly and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube for free, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation via PayPal with the Super Thanks option, or you can even pick up a metal shirt in our merch store. But now, let's turn to Paul the Mystic, a likely adept of the ancient chariot mysticism, that mysticism that perhaps ultimately gave us Christianity. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. To understand this decisive mystical experience, it's best to start at Corinth in the Peloponnese in the mid-50s of the Common Era and work our way back. Paul himself had founded that community there, and it was the first of its kind in a major metropolitan center, thus raising the stakes for its success and Paul's larger agenda. In fact, Paul had lived in the area for about 18 months, it seems, seeding and preaching the message of the early Jesus movement. However, he had recently left across the Aegean to settle at Ephesus when trouble began to brew there at Corinth. Another educated Jew, it seems, Apollos of Alexandria, subsequently settled in the same area to preach, and afterward there seemed to have followed other apostles, which all taught messages that apparently contradicted that of Paul. Paul did not like this. He saw himself as a legitimate apostolic teacher in the area. In fact, they seem to impugn the very legitimacy of Paul's entire apostolic legitimacy. Perhaps noting the most glaring fact about it and, well, him. Paul never knew Jesus in life. He seems to have written several letters to this fledgling community at Corinth, one of which became 1 Corinthians, others of which are lost, including the famed Letter of Tears, and fragments of others were stitched together to form what we now call 2 Corinthians. And it's at 2 Corinthians 12 that Paul reveals something utterly extraordinary. The mystical vision that may very well have been at the foundation of his very mission to the Gentiles. Again, the context here is that it appears that Paul is in a dispute over his legitimacy as an apostle of Jesus. His major obstacle, of course, being that he didn't know Jesus during Jesus' lifetime. Thus, he never heard the actual teachings of Jesus directly from the horse's mouth or the Messiah's mouth. He didn't receive a formal charge to preach the way that perhaps Peter did. The message of the fledgling Jesus movement, and if we're to trust Paul, he was actively part of an attempt to violently suppress the movement early on, something that earned him the distrust of the early apostles. Thus, Paul is at pains to establish the legitimacy of what he'd been doing for the past 14 years, preaching the salvific gospel of Jesus the Christ, especially to non-Jews. And in order to do so, to establish that very authority, Paul seems to reveal a secret. Something so esoteric that even he conceals his own identity in the first few lines. But to really appreciate it, let's quote the entire section of 2 Corinthians 12, 1 through 12. Paul writes, "It is necessary to boast. Nothing is to be gained by it, but I will go on to visions and revelations of the Lord, optasias kai apocalypsis curio. I know a person in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven, arpegenta heos tritu oreo. Whether in the body or not in the body, I don't know. God knows. And I know that such a person, again, whether in the body or out of the body, I don't know. God knows, was caught up to paradise. Hirpagii eston paradison. and heard things that are unutterable, that no mortal is permitted to repeat. Arita hermita auk ezon anthropo lalisai. On behalf of such a one, I will boast, but not on my own behalf. I will not boast, except out of my own weakness. But I wish to boast. I will not be a fool, for I will be speaking the truth. For I will be speaking the truth, but I refrain from it, so that no one may think better of me than what is seen in me or heard from me, even considering the exceptional character of these revelations. Kai te herpubile ton apocalypsion. Therefore, to keep me from being too elated, a thorn was given me in my flesh, an angel of Satan to torment me. Idothe moi skolops te sarki angolo satana hine me koliphazi. To keep me from being too elated. 3 times I appealed to the Lord about this, that it might leave me. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you.
Pretty accurate,
my
bro.
power is made perfect in weakness. So I will boast all the more, glad of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may dwell in me. There I am content with weaknesses, with insults, with hardships, with persecutions, and calamities for the sake of Christ. For whenever I am weak, then I am strong. I have been a fool. You forced me to it. Indeed, you should have been the ones commending me. For I am not at all inferior to these super apostles, even though I am nothing. The signs of the true apostle were performed among you with the utmost patience, with signs and wonders and mighty works. This passage may well be one of the most extraordinary in the entire New Testament. In an effort to establish the legitimacy of Paul's very role as an apostle, he invokes a mystical experience he apparently underwent some 14 years prior. In fact, he seems positively tortured. Well, Paul's always kind of tortured about something, isn't he? He's the emo apostle, if there ever was one. But yes, he's tortured to even
and then we need to start some beans. We'll do that together.
To describe the experience, he can't bring himself to name that it was actually him, Paul, that had the experience in the first place. And it is only a few lines in that he begins to claim the vision, hesitatingly, as his own. But at this point, the main point is that Paul's revealing to the Corinthians that he underwent a profound mystical vision, which Paul himself takes to underwrite his entire vocation as an apostle of Christ, over and against to what he deridingly refers to as the super apostles, or sometimes the apostles of Satan, as we could understand. But despite the highly elliptical nature of what his mystical disclosure was, what are we to make of this mystical vision? And where do we locate it in Paul's spiritual journey as an apostle of Jesus the Christ? Let's tackle these 2 questions in turn. Now, you'd think that it would go without saying that if we want to understand Paul's mystical experiences, we might just turn to historical Jewish sources of the time, or, near about, considering, Jesus and his followers, including Paul, they were all Jewish, precisely until Paul began his ministry to the Gentiles. And if you thought that, you are already ahead of nearly 1,900 years of previous scholarship on these verses. I'm not kidding. So far as I can tell, not a single scholar prior to 1901 even thought to ask the question, and what is probably the single most historically decisive mystical experience ever experienced in some ways, went basically fundamentally misunderstood since it occurred in the 40s of the Common Era. It's only been since the 20th century, really starting in the 1980s, that scholars have reluctantly even begun to put a spotlight on the esoteric and apocalyptic character of Paul's mysticism, and how his mysticism was absolutely decisive in his religious trajectory. In fact, centuries of especially Protestant scholarship systematically sidelined this mystical element of Paul's vocation in a spectacularly biased and frankly stupid attempt to make Paul out to be a kind of proto-humanist Lutheran, detached from all that icky, superstitious Catholic nonsense, papistry, much less understanding him as a Jewish mystic. Gott in Himmel, nein. But thanks to pioneering scholarship by folks like Schaeffer, Siegel, Tabor, Maury Jones, and others through the late 80s and 90s till now, we now have a much firmer grasp on what the nature of the mysticism that Paul's referring to and how it seems to have set the foundations for the very earliest elements of Christian theology. Yeah, I think it's that important. So, what if I told you that a surviving apocalyptic and mystical literature from the centuries around Paul's lifetime actually described people ascending into supernal realms, really descending into them, hearing strange, unutterable words before glimpsing the divine glory and being transformed into quasi-angelic beings? Yeah, Paul seems to have been an adept of this mystical tradition, now known to scholars as Merkava mysticism or Hechelot mysticism. The Merkava being the divine chariot throne upon which the divine glory or the kavod rests, and the Hechelot referring to the supernal palaces of the temple-like heavenly realm. Now, to be sure, visionary accounts of the divine realm in Jewish lore occur well before this period in the early apocalyptic literature, especially in the visions of Isaiah and Ezekiel, and to a lesser degree, Daniel. But later literature would greatly expand this genre, including, of course, famously the books of Enoch, which detail positively elaborate journeys through the heavens and hell, the Gehinnom, and the transformation of Enoch into a kind of quasi-angelic being before other, even more radical literature has him being transformed into the hyper-angel. I'm going to go to hyper-angel Metatron, even being referred to in 3 Enoch as Yahweh HaKatan, the lower, or the little Yahweh. So, there's that. I've done a whole episode about 3rd Enoch if you want to dive into that wonderfully weird text. However, what isn't clear from these texts of the apocalyptic period is the degree to which they are just narrative, mere narrative, or narrative downstream of phenomenology. That is to say, narratives actually informed by mystical experiences. Now, in my opinion, and you can take it for what it's worth, is that this literature is, in some substantial way, informed by mystical experiences and represents the literary uptake of just those experiences. Even transformation into angels is already something attested in Philo, a Platonic philosopher, something that actually likely happens to Moses in the literature of the time. And there was even a literature recovered at both Qumran and Matsara that includes hymns to be read by people as if they were angels, transformed into angels, surrounding the very chariot throne of God on Shabbat. We have lots of manuscripts of this. It seems to have been popular. So certainly in Paul's day, there was an abundance of mystical ascent literature, and the concept of being transformed into a glorified angel-like being before the chariot throne of God was absolutely in currency. Paul would have known about this literature at least. Further, and even more to the point, rabbinical sources from around the period just after Paul, but again, surely expressing speculation and mystical practices that go back earlier, probably to his lifetime at least, discuss to whom such mystical techniques can be taught, which means they were being taught, and a tale about the perils of the ascent itself. Now, I keep again saying ascent, but the literature actually always refers to it as a descent, typically. The people refer to it as Yordei Merkava, the descenders to the chariot. But in the Mishnah, a compilation of Jewish lore and mostly law, redacted around 200 of the Common Era, records the following prohibition at Chagiga 2:1. It is not permitted to expound upon forbidden sexual relationships with even 3 people, nor the matter of creation, ma'aseh bereshit, with 2, nor the chariot, the merkava, with even a single individual, unless he were wise, chacham, and understands from his own knowledge, midato, from his own knowledge. Whoever meditates upon 4 things, it would be fitting if he had never even come into the world. What is above, what is below, what was before, and what will be afterwards. And whoever is not careful about the glory, the kavod of the Creator, it would also be fitting that he should not have ever come into the world.
Gonna burn.
While the Mishnah is, again, rather elliptic here, like most Mishnayot, hence the need for entire commentary literature.
Good, I'm glad. I
the
missed
entirety
you.
of the Talmuds.
Oh, you were sleeping.
Talmuds, there are
Like,
2.
where's my baby?
It's clearly expressing a prohibition on
sleeping.
expounding certain topics
You sleep with
to
your mama?
students, with more
Yeah.
sensitive topics requiring increasingly and restricting the audience. The matter
got
of
school
creation, or
today,
Ma'aseh
more school.
Bereshit, is probably
Not
speculation
school,
about the
school.
origins
That's
of the
tomorrow.
Olam,
Homework,
the
schoolwork,
cosmos,
homework.
something
Homeschool.
that actually gets speculated on at
got
length
homeschool
in the
to do.
famed and mysterious Sefer Yetzirah, a text likely composed on the margins of rabbinical circles, kind of para-rabbinic literature. But the prohibition of the Merkavah, or the divine chariot throne, provides us with 2 conditions, aside from the restriction on the audience.
All right, I'm going to step out on
One,
the
that a
front
person
porch.
be a
Yell at me if you
chakam,
need
or a
me.
wise person, probably an indication of strict
Okay.
rabbinical ordination. You need to be already up there to do this ascent, along with having had understanding from his own knowledge. That second qualification that one requires one to have da'at. This is a term that at the time, and kind of still today, including in the Dead Sea Scrolls back then, often implies esoteric insider knowledge. Now, this might refer to either first-hand experience of the mystical ascent. You know, you can only talk shop with people that have been on the same mystical journey as you, or at least they have gained some preliminary knowledge from these mystical journeys, which are recorded in the literature that circulated among these groups. We'll come back to that literature in just a moment. Further, we learned that it would have been best for people not to have even come into the world at all than to engage in certain kinds of speculation about the world and not taking care about the divine glory or the kavod. Notice that the attention paid to the kavod of God is certainly important, right? And that's a technical term, and it represents the visual element of that which is beheld at the very apex of this apocalyptic mystical experience. Indeed, it was the witnessing of the kavod in much of this literature that does the work of transforming one into something akin to an angel in this form of mysticism. And again, one last thing, keep that wording. It would have been fitting that had he not ever come into the world in mind when it comes to this kind of mystical speculation. It's going to matter a lot in just a moment. Further, we learn from the Tosefta, a literature composed around the same time as the Mishnah, maybe a little later, of the perils of these mystical ascents. So we learn, 4 men went into Pardes: Ben Azai, Ben Zoma, Acher, and Rabbi Akiva. 1 looked and died. 1 looked and was stricken. 1 looked and cut the shoots. 1 went up in peace and came down in peace. The Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmuds will later greatly expand upon this tale, but the core of it is this. 4 men mystically ascended into the Pardes. This is a Persian loan word into Hebrew or Aramaic. Actually, it's a word for garden, but the English word paradise actually comes from the same Persian word, a kind of supernal divine realm. There they encounter something that kills Ben Azai, drives Ben Zoma insane, and causes Acher, the other one, this is a deprecating term, title for the arch-heretic Elisha ben Abuya, to become an apostate, with only Akiva, the sole rabbi, or Chakam in this case, emerging safely. Recall the prohibition on not teaching this stuff to non-chachamim. It looks like Rabbi Akiva took them on a journey they weren't ready for. Again, all of these men were real historical personages in the period of what is called the Tanaim, the period of the folks that composed the Mishnah. In other lore, we learn what they encountered that led to their death and insanity was a kind of illusion where the pure marble pavement of heaven, perhaps actually composed of Ezekiel's chashmal, can be mistaken for water. Ben Azai and Ben Zoma making precisely the mistake. They mistaked it for water. This killed Ben Azai and it drove Ben Zoma insane. The texts refer to Ben Zoma as being outside for the rest of his life in a kind of detached trance. Elisha ben Ambuya's mistake is even more dangerous. He seemed to have actually escaped the water illusion, and he actually ends up gazing upon the divine throne. He makes it to the final boss. But when he sees there, it drives him to heresy. 1 hour a day, Metatron, the angel Metatron, was allowed to sit upon the divine throne and record the merits of Eretz Israel. Knowing that sitting in the supernal realms wasn't allowed, Elisha concludes,
No. You're good? All right.
there must have been two powers in heaven, a form of heretical Jewish bitheism that inspired absolute dread in the rabbinical imagination. That bitheism might have been at the very core of this whole business with Metatron being Yahweh HaKatan, or the lesser Yahweh, and that over in the Gnostic world of the demiurgic speculations of the time, where you get a kind of dual god, one good and one evil. It might also be at the very core of Pauline theology and the near identity of the divine glory, or kavod, with Jesus the Christ. More on that in a moment. Regardless, that this kind of mystical ascent was being performed by central rabbinical figures such as Akiva, sometime in the early 2nd century, pushes back the profound likelihood that Paul's mystical experience in 2 Corinthians should be located in this, precisely in this esoteric form of Jewish ascent and its speculative literature of the Tainitic period. Now, this is all the more confirmed, at least to my mind, by actually looking at the volumes of Merkava Hechelot text that were actually produced by these mystics. Yeah, some of them survive, though, again, from a later period, mostly redacted in the 3rd century, but probably representing earlier practices and speculation, and surviving in 50 manuscripts of some length. This literature contains a truly complicated collection of visionary narratives, yoga-like techniques, of mystical ascent, magical-like literature, and even documentation of the vast dimensions of the divine body, the physical kavod of God. In fact, in one of these texts, the ascent narrative of Rabbi Akiva I just described a moment ago is actually found in that text, probably in an older version, in the first person, as described by Akiva
All
himself.
done? You can be all done, baby.
In that text, the other 4 ascenders, descenders,
You
they
ain't
go
quite a
unnamed. Again, this may be
All right.
testimony
You
that
wipe
despite
up,
the
wipe your
later
face,
redaction
man.
of these texts, these do preserve material from a much, much older period. Now, I've done a whole episode on the Merkava Hechelot literature pretty early on in the channel's history. Kind of want to go back and redo some of those early episodes, but if you want to check it out for a basic introduction to that literature, you may want to check it out there. But to suffice to say, this literature only really, truly appeared and was appreciated in the 20th century by scholars, with the first critical edition only appearing in the 1980s. And I think it substantially aids in clarifying Paul's 2 Corinthian vision and maybe Paul's entire mystical theology. Let's see how.
What, you want fresh
Paul
water,
describes being
Cat? I
taken
would
up
too.
into paradise, or the third
I don't
heaven.
blame you. Fresh
Paradise,
water
or
is
the
different.
Pardes, we've just seen in the Tosefta narrative about the 4 descenders. The third heaven here is interesting, given that most of the later Merkava texts tend to speak of an inwardly nested 7-tier heaven. You can think of the Hechelot as kind of like
What do you want to watch, kid?
a Russian doll made of heaven. But earlier, more apocalyptic Enochic texts actually do imagine the supernal realm to be structured like the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, with an outer courtyard, an inner holy place, and an even interior Holy of Holies. And thus, they do imagine a threefold structure to the supernal realms. I wouldn't be surprised if Paul, given that he lived during the days of the temple and employed an earlier structure of the heavens in the later Merkavah text, thus his paradise, or Pardes, in the third heaven, would have been the apex of the ascent into the heavenly Holy of Holies, where the kavod, or glory of God, is said to have dwelled upon the chariot throne. That he can't tell whether he was taken up physically or spiritually is also keen. The Merkavah ascenders seem to always describe their ascent and movement through the divine palaces as if they were physically there, that they could be physically killed, they could be physically incinerated. Literally walking around and seeing things just like I'm seeing a camera. That Paul can't decide seems to perfectly match the phenomenological reports left by other dissenters. They also probably couldn't tell whether they were there physically or otherwise. Further, that Paul also heard unutterable things is also matched in the literature, especially in a text referred to as Hechelot Zutarki, where the ascent is coupled with hearing angelic and divine voices, Bat Kol perhaps, uttering strange names of God in long strings of Hebrew Aramaic. These strange names are nomina barbara, fill the Hechelot literature, and scholars to this day, we still have no idea what these long strings of Aramaic or Hebrew words are meant to be at all, perhaps the language of the angels. Paul also seems to have imagined himself as being somehow split.
I don't know what they're
going
to do with the new one.
While
What's
his
Sabrina
lower
Carpenter and
earthly
Taylor
Paul
fucking
self
Swift?
can't boast, his higher Paul self, perhaps the transformed
I haven't
self,
played a
or the
recent
ascent
GTA.
self,
What
can.
was the last one I
This
really
transformation of
played?
the self
Like
into
I
a
can't even
higher
remember the radio
angelic-like
station
form
vibe or the
is
music.
frankly part and parcel of the Hechelot literature.
It all
In fact,
classic
there appears
rock
to be
again. What the
proximity
same
between trust,
fucking
or
80-year-old
sometimes
dude?
rendered
We're
as faith in the
listening
New
to.
Testament,
Might as well do
Christ that
Mozart,
initiates
dude.
the
Fuck.
regeneration of the
Sorry,
self
go ahead.
into a glorified state is directly from this literature. It seems that identity with this Christ
Was there any
as
current
kavod,
music?
as the
I
divine
can't even
glory,
remember.
is the
Was there
ultimate goal of this
current
very
for when
early
it was
stratum
released?
of Pauline
Yeah,
theology.
so
In fact,
we'll
I'd
see
argue,
what they have
Paul's vision
now.
of
That was
Jesus as the divine
all
kavod, which is transforming or
hip-hop stations.
glorifying believers, even as he
Just like
writes,
real life. There's
into
the only
angelic-like
thing that's
beings
new is like
already in
hip-hop.
this life, is a
Which
remarkable
sucks,
reflection
but I
of
guess for
themes
hip-hop it's nice,
precisely
right?
from
Yeah.
Hechelot literature.
But for the rest
Further,
of it
it seems that what Paul has in mind is a kind of democratization of this transformatory power. In the rabbinical version, only the elites, the chachamim, the rabbis, can make this journey. Other folks don't.
At Fellowship.
They don't fare so well.
I was
It
helping out
appears
with
that
culinary.
Paul imagines
I walked in the back to
Jesus
grab a
having
knife. There was
made
like a
this
pile of dirty dishes.
extremely powerful
Gabe.
journey
He was the one
and
that
has
turned to culinary. Do
extended
you
the
need a
boon of
dishwasher? It's
having
like,
made that journey to
wait,
all
actually,
who
are you
believe
serious?
in him,
Yes.
who all have
I was
peace
like, I'll
and
do it.
trust in him.
He was like,
Thus,
thank you so
common
much.
people will also be transformed
It is one
into
of these
eternal
jobs.
glorified beings through their pistis, through
It's
their
because it's like
trust, their
it's
faith in
like mowing
Christ.
the yard.
A transformation once
It's something
only
you can
available
just do
to the
without a lot of thought. That's
esoteric
what Trump, I
rabbinical
forget what
elites,
they
the
call that.
adepts, and them
But like comforting
only at
labor
great
almost. But
peril
it's
of their
not
physical and
mind-numbing.
mental
No, that's why
well-being.
people like mowing the
Though,
yard.
as for
Forrest
Paul's
Gump is
boasting,
real.
Rabbi
Like,
Ishmael famously
mowing
warns
the yard
against boasting
sucks,
as
but
well
sometimes when you
about
get
this mystical
older and you get
ascent and
stressed
what you
out,
gain from it.
you just go
This
out there, be
prohibition
able
is
to
about
work without a
discussing the
whole lot of
ascent,
thought
much less
into it.
about boasting about it.
Just like
It
it
seems to be at the
requires
very
enough thought
heart
to distract
of Paul's
you,
reticence to discuss
but
it
not so
at
much that you're
all.
getting stressed.
Oh yeah,
Just relax.
speaking of that peril,
Mow the grass.
the Hechelot literature is filled to the brim with tales of the extreme danger one
That's why that
faces in
kind
the
of work
mystical
doesn't pay
ascent,
very much, Joseph.
from
Because
absolutely
everyone
Mortal
fucking
Kombat
do
level
it.
gruesome death
It
and
comes down to that. They act
insanity-inducing
like you're,
illusions
but
like the
that's
water illusion I mentioned earlier,
everybody
to
would
the
do it.
non-stop
If it,
barrage
you
of
know, they
fierce
gotta
angelic
pay people
guardians that
more to do those
gladly
jobs nobody wants to.
massacre the unworthy.
Where's
Such
the cream
angels can only
cheese?
be
Nice
bypassed with
one.
special symbols and
No, we
magical
just picked
code
up one.
words, which only the most
In the
experienced
door.
ascenders even had access to at all. Among the most furious of the angelic defenders were the Malachi HaChabbalah.
Because I wanted a big one.
These are the angels of destruction who threaten to variously incinerate the ascenders, or my favorite image, to husk them like sheaves of grain. I suspect that the angel of Satan that Paul refers to may very well have been one of these fierce defending angels, these Malachei HaChabbalah of the divine palaces, who in fact inflicted him, with the thorn in his flesh. These are not the kind, gentle angels you normally think of. And remember the similar language of the four ascenders from the Tosefta. We remember that Ben Zoma Chetzitz Venifka. Ben Zoma gazed and was struck. We can have the meaning of physically struck, but it can also mean Chaga, can also mean to be struck mentally or to go insane. That's precisely what we learn about Ben Zoma in later literature. There's even a moment when Akiva, the Chacham Akiva, is almost sure to be struck by one of these horrifying angels before he appeals directly to the divine Kavod in desperation, who directly intercedes for him, calling down the angelic warrior, commanding, let the old man, the Zakan, let the old man, let the elder, let him be.
Well, you're a Catholic.
Finally, in addition to Paul's vision, he also claims to have performed signs and wonders and mighty works to prove his apostolic credibility to the Corinthians. Very much in parallel with many of the supernatural powers said to have been gained by the adepts of the ascent literature. They all seem to be utterly transformed and gain quasi-angelic powers through their ascent. In fact, the Chechalot literature very closely parallels Jewish magical texts of late antiquity, such as the Sefer HaRazim, the Sarah literature, which is literally appended to many texts in the Chechalot literature, and the Charbad de Moshe, which in turn very closely parallel the wider world of Greco-Egyptian magic, which is full of invocation, ritual words of power, magical signs, passwords, nomina barbara, and a wide range of powerful invocations, incantations, and evocations. The world of the Merkabah literature is bound up inextricably with this literature. Paul claims to have gained such powers would have been very much aligned with other miracle workers of the time as well, including the whole list of Galilean Anshe Ma'aseh, or men of miraculous deeds, people like Choni the Circle Maker, who could force God to make it rain, Chanina Bendoza, whose wife simply became accustomed to miracles, Jesus of Nazareth, let's not forget him, kind of an important player in all this, and of course eventually Shimon Bar Yochai, who had laser power eyes. If you want to learn more about these miracle workers, I have made an entire episode just about them, and it's especially interesting to compare them to Jesus' own miracle working career, because
that's why I started doing that stream of
consciousness shit, dude. Thus, even Paul's claim to perform such apparently magical feats are also bound with the literature of Jewish esoteric mystical ascent, and the magical literature often, frankly,
that's what I've been tripping on now. What angel brings it? An angel will bring it back sometimes, but sometimes they don't, dude.
I think at least part of the mystery of Paul's 2 Corinthians
me and your
mystical
mother
vision
have always
can
been
finally
like
be
that.
solved.
We get distracted.
He was very likely part of this cadre of Jewish mystics engaged in ascents into the divine palaces or the Chechalot, bypassing powerful angelic guardians, one of which Paul might not have bypassed very well, to gain witness to the divine glory or kavod sitting upon the chariot throne or the Merkavah, in the hopes of being transformed into one of these angelic-like beings, either temporarily in the vision trance state or through some further pneumatic transformation, more esoteric still. Further, the metaphysical transformation of the ascender was also tied by Paul, both the exalted state of Jesus the Christ as the divine kavod or glory, but he also seems to have thought of Jesus' specific ascent as the ascent to end all ascents, the precursor for a final transformation
the more
of all believers into
the more we lack faith, the more you want to graffiti on shit. The more you want to carve into stone, dude. Oh, I gotta
Christian theology and soteriology
something to remember,
directly tied.
You don't have faith.
Directly tied to Paul's
That's all right.
career.
That's fine.
As a Merkavah mystic. On the one hand,
because your father lacks faith.
But on the other hand, what else?
I'm paranoid that all the shit I've thought about in my life is just going to disappear.
Soteriology,
we got a family of blue jays
informed by
right in there.
Actual historical Jewish
Isn't that big
speculations
stump?
and mystical practices.
Not the big stump, just the left of it and down, somewhere in that little tree,
Of course,
the little new growth
Paul's
tree.
genius
Do they
was
stay
to
for the winter?
repackage them around his own mystical revelation of the messianic and salvific power of Jesus
I'm going to try
Christ.
this tonight.
but the fundamental elements from which he would
You're gonna
forge
perish, Dad.
Christianity.
They're like the perfect.
Christianity. He seems
green
to have
ones?
found in the
Okay,
mystical
that's
ascent
The
speculation
red ones?
and
It got
practices of
bombed.
late Second Temple
She was
period
having the pizza.
Judaism.
She
Though,
was
to be sure, this was
Okay.
called the
You're gonna
Jewish
eat it,
form
it's gonna
of
feel
mystical
fine.
ascent.
And then 5
Other
minutes
forms
later, you're
existed as
gonna be
well.
coughing.
This was
And it's
very
gonna be
popular,
hot. It's gonna be hot.
most famously
It's not
perhaps
so much
in
baggy.
the Hermetic literature and in the early versions of the
I can't help it.
of
I get a
Judaism.
kid homemade jalapeno.
This is the but wait, there's more moment. I think all of this
And they
goes
grew really well
even
here. They did.
deeper.
They grew
That the
well.
vision recounted by Paul
Those
in 2
tomatoes,
Corinthians
you
might
gotta
have
take them
been
a little
even
different
more
side,
profoundly
everything. Like those
decisive in
fucking
world history
jalapenos, they can give a shit.
than we've
They're
already
right there
detailed.
everywhere. Yeah, they took
Recall the when,
So,
the why, and the to
but yeah, we're
whom
gonna do. I
that
hope
this
we want like 10
recounting of the
plants.
mystical experience
I
is
think 10
happening
bushes would be.
at all.
We'd have
It
jalapenos.
occurred
You know,
14 years prior.
we could even make
He's
all you gotta do
recounting
is
it
pour
to
vinegar in a jar,
reinforce the
throw 'em in there,
legitimacy of his apostolic role,
and that's your
especially
jalapeno.
among the
Or you got
Corinthians,
pepper, stick 'em in the fridge.
specifically, but also as
You
a
probably don't even have
true
to
representative of the Jesus movement more generally,
probably seal the can.
and the to whom.
Vinegar's an antibacterial.
I don't think it's Jews over there in
They
Corinth,
don't have a lot of
but to
calories,
Gentile
so it's
believers.
not like a main
Of
food
course,
source, but I
reconstructing
bet
Paul's
you
life and his
it's one of-
movement
I bet
around
those
the Mediterranean
pepper
basin is
you
notoriously
can feel it when you eat
difficult,
it. That's the heat in your
but
mouth.
I think something very
I
important
bet you it's killing the
is
bad
happening
bug
here.
in your stomach.
If we
You know,
rewind
that's all I got.
14 years from 2 Corinthians, I have a sense of very well where we might end
So I
up.
could be wrong, but I
We
bet
might
you
end up with
eating a
Paul
pepper every day would
in
be really good
Jerusalem,
for you.
right around the time of another
system.
mystical vision, maybe the same one he had in which Jesus first sent him to be an apostle among the
Mexicans
Gentiles.
just drink so much
Recall
beer
that in
that
2
peppers
Corinthians,
can't
Paul
save 'em.
describes this vision right after describing his escape early
I would
on,
say
right after his
they're
conversion from
drinking
Damascus.
Mhm.
A potentially reconstructed timeline would have
Mexicans
Paul
drink a lot
on
of
the
beer, but
Damascus
where I
Road
grew up,
conversion
no, they
several
drink-
years,
they
5 or
drink a lot
6
of
years
beer.
after the execution of
Well,
Jesus,
everyone
spending some
drinks
amount
a
of
lot of
time in
beer where I
Damascus
grew
and
up.
Arabia, whatever that means,
Even when I came
before
out
making his
here,
way to
everybody
Jerusalem for the
drank
first
fucking
time to
beer.
meet with and probably learn from members of the Jesus movement. Remember,
Which is its own thing. Like
he
beer
never met
ain't
Jesus.
liquor. You know what I mean?
And apparently to
Everyone
preach
drank.
the truth
But,
of it to the Jews
the
there.
advertising campaigns when I
Paul
was your
probably
age,
being,
were
frankly,
like
the
they
most
were
learned
fucking
convert
huge,
that the
dude.
movement had
Like
gotten
Budweiser
up to
was
that
fucking
point.
everywhere.
Now, the book of
Like,
Acts
it
is
was
as much
everywhere. Oh, and then
Greco-Roman
Budweiser too. And there was
romance as it is
Budweiser.
history,
Hey, what's
probably more of the
up?
former than the
That was a
later half
beer
the time.
commercial, dude.
But
So yeah,
I think Luke does
everybody
record
drinks.
an incredibly important moment, a very important real historical moment at Acts 22, even if the details are
But you know the
literary
Germans
fiction.
drink beer, so does
There at the temple, Paul is
But
presenting
their
his
beer is different,
newly
you know,
found
it's-
faith through
Theirs is closer
testimony,
to the IPAs
such that,
we
and I'm
have now.
quoting from Acts 22 here,
And they drink it
Paul
warm.
writes, After I had
It's
returned
dark
to
and it's
Jerusalem,
amber.
while I was
Sometimes
praying in the temple,
Lemonade.
I fell
Really?
into
In the summertime.
a trance.
someone told me in
Denesthai
Germany all
me
their drinks
and
are warm.
ektase. I
Because
saw
they
Jesus,
didn't
and
have
he said to me,
refrigeration.
Hurry
They didn't- you know what I mean?
and
That's
get
an
out
American
of
thing.
Jerusalem quickly,
Refrigerated
because
drinks.
they
So
will
like,
not
why?
accept your testimony
That's how it is across
about
Europe.
me. And I
And
said, Lord,
British people,
they themselves
not
know
really
that
anymore,
in every
but they used to
synagogue
see, like,
I
cold drinks
imprisoned
or
and
ice in
beat
your
those
drinks
who
over
believed
day.
in you.
Yeah, they weren't.
And
Because
while
that was
the
a sign of
blood of your
nobility. If you
witness,
could have
or
ice.
martyr Stephen,
And
was
so,
shed, I
it's what Americans do.
myself was
Yeah.
standing by, approving and keeping the coats of those who killed him away. And then Jesus said to me, Go, for I will
Clear,
send you
that
far
clear.
away
You're gonna eat.
among the Gentiles.
And then I need the laptop probably for like another hour.
That's fine. What are you gonna do? You're
to the
gonna do.
nations.
I'm gonna clean my room.
This
Poster,
moment
clean
is
your room.
truly decisive
Let's
in
read the
world
laptop.
religious
Okay.
history. Just world history,
Plus,
frankly.
I don't need to eat
This is the moment that Paul abandons
Weren't you gonna
any
draw? What are you gonna do
attempt
for
to
fine
spread the
arts?
moment, the Jesus movement, exclusively
draw?
among
Models
Jews,
gotta come from
and
you.
expands his
Start the
missionary
book.
agenda
That's
to
all right.
include
Open it at page
non-Jews.
1 and like a textbook.
This is the mission to the
In
Gentiles.
school.
The importance of this moment cannot be overstated. Even if Paul
That's the
had
difference,
converted
Bob.
to the Jesus movement,
Cool.
and it
That's
had
the only
remained
difference.
only a movement by Jews, for Jews, the way that it was
whatever
up
you want to
until
call it,
this
between officer
revolutionary,
and
ecstatic,
enlisted.
by Paul's own
The
admission,
only
his own
difference
ecstatic
is
vision,
being trustworthy.
Christianity would have
No,
frankly
dude,
never
being fucking
become a world
trustworthy
religion.
and
If it survived
being a
at
self-learner.
all, it would have just been another
Being elite, I hate that word.
minor
That word
sect
got
of an
memed
already
out on purpose,
minor
dude.
religion.
They did
Jews
that
make
on
up less than
purpose.
1% of the
They
world's
turned the word
population or
leader
something.
into a bad
But
word.
this mystical
Even
vision
when
in
I
which
was
Jesus
young, as soon
commands
as someone said
Paul to
that,
go among the
what the
Gentiles
fuck?
will truly
But
transform world history. You can
a
also
leader
see
of
why I
yourself,
just
dude.
can't hide my
It's
frustration
you have
and
to push it, and
contempt for
that's the
that long
difference,
history
dude.
of scholars that
If
have
you can
attempted
go
to
to the
sideline
library
the
and teach
importance of
yourself,
Paul's mystical
or
experiences.
the
It's
cops
a
have to come get
positively
you, put a
decisive
rope around you,
linchpin
drag you into
in
the. No,
this
that's the
story.
difference.
That's the scouting
But
program.
if this analysis holds,
What's it called?
and I
When you're
think that
going
it
up,
might,
when you're
I think that it does,
Scout through first
and it's
class is
surely
about
worth
leading
contemplating,
yourself,
even if you don't
and
think
then
it
those
doesn't.
last three are
The
about
vision
leading others.
expounded in 2 Corinthians
That's
and
when
the
you. But
Jerusalem
yeah,
vision to go among the
can you
Gentiles
push yourself?
may
Can you
very
teach
well
yourself?
be the same vision. Now,
My
Acts is
spider plant is
notoriously
broke over.
unreliable as history, but I think that it does
It is
capture
cute.
something
There's 2
of
foot.
real
I saw that
history
those big
here.
ones are. It's spawning.
Why?
It's
Because
gonna
of
try to
how the
eat you,
Jewish
bro.
crowd, the
I don't know. I
Pharisees
think
at the temple,
that one's
react.
done, right?
They shout something to the effect
That
of,
one's not made, and
remove
plus
this
I
person
clipped it.
from the world, for
Okay.
it's not
When you
fitting for him
clip
to
them, it'll
live.
kind of stop.
Now recall
But
that
yeah,
line.
it's
That
sending out
line's
little
interesting.
fucking.
Think back to the Mishnah,
See,
one
this
of our
one was wrong, and I
earliest
clipped it. Yeah, when I
non-Paul,
clipped it,
Paul's are
slowed it way
earliest,
down and
but our
stuff started
non-Paul
growing up at the
statements
top.
about Jewish mysticism, the
Yeah, that
Merkava
hobbit
mysticism.
shit is real, dude.
Whoever meditates upon 4
A
things will
plant,
be fitting
it'll
had he
eat you,
not come
man.
into the world. What is
Swamp
above,
thing.
what is below, what was before, and what will come afterwards. And whoever is not careful about the kavod of the Creator. Remember, Paul unites the kavod of Jesus with God. It would be fitting had he never come into the world. That line, that it would be fitting that he had never come into the world, it really stands out to me
Yeah,
as a
dude. You
unique
created a
intersection
fucking
between
monster,
Paul's mystical
people.
vision, his
You
early
really turned
theology,
him into that.
and the
You
language
really
of
turned Christ
condemnation found
into
in the
fucking the
Mishnah
Uberman.
for precisely
Jeez, you couldn't.
Merkava-like speculations,
Hi, baby.
especially
Hi,
heresies
baby.
around the misuse of the kavod.
Yes, I
It's also
can.
something that the Gentile writer
Punch you
Luke,
first, couple times. Punch.
he wouldn't have known the first thing
Do
about
that.
unless this whole episode was recounted to him by a Jewish person, specifically a
Oh, your
Jewish
hair's
mystic
so
for whom
pretty.
such an insult
What?
was perhaps
Quit messing.
especially painful.
Quit messing.
Of course,
Oh,
also
go
this is
tell your
all
brother.
happening
You go tell
at
him.
the temple. That's incredibly
Go tell him.
important.
Go tell him.
The Pardes that Paul
Then
was
you're not
caught
hurt
up
that bad,
to
are
in
you?
the third heaven,
Ooh, that's
that
nice.
was the Holy of Holies in the celestial temple
Blue?
where perhaps he encountered Christ as the divine kavod. The parallelism, a
Oh, you
classic
like
trope of
cats.
Hebrew literature, is just striking. In fact, this whole section has hardcore Isaiah 6 vibes, where Paul is actually being sent to the Gentiles to purify them, as opposed to Isaiah's mission to his corrupt Israelite brethren.
You can like Mickey
Finally,
Mouse now.
that
He's out
Paul
of
would evoke a
copyright.
mystical vision he had in Jerusalem about Jesus
Yeah,
as
well, what do you
the divine
Steamboat
kavod,
Willie Mickey
sending
Mouse?
him among the
It's
Gentiles
copyright free.
would
There's
be
something
the
about
absolute
he's drawn a
nuclear
little
option
different too, or
to
something.
prove the legitimacy
There's
of
slight
his
differences,
apostolic
and yeah.
vocation among the
Is it? Yeah.
Corinthians
So
and the wider world. It's literally his
what? You turn it up?
divinely mandated vocation in life.
That's
So,
just like Superman. He's
take
about to come
that,
out, or
super
but it's
apostles.
like
Thus, if all this holds,
it's only the
even a bit,
old-fashioned S,
we must come to a
and he can't
truly
fly
startling
it's
conclusion.
all
A
yeah,
form of ancient Jewish ascent mysticism
yeah.
was responsible for Paul's mission to the Gentiles
They knew
and
that
underwrote the
copyright shit
earliest
was going to be a
elements of
problem,
Christian
dude.
theology, Christology, and soteriology, his theory of salvation. If true, I think it is, this should represent a tectonic shift in our understanding of early Christianity, including a real profound rethinking of the relationship between Paul and Jesus. That it was the Merkava mystic, Paul, that took the life and teachings of a executed apocalyptic preacher, even the concept of the Messiah itself, and radically transformed them into a true world religion, eventually. In the same way that previous generations of Paul scholars have actually tried to downplay Paul's chops as a real mystic to make him, a humanist Lutheran or something, something's actually similarly happened in esoteric circles I've noticed, which I think is really unfortunate. While Jesus is praised as the adept to end all adepts, all the terrible, terrible things that are true of Christianity are just placed at the feet of Paul. This is equally misguided. I would argue just the opposite is probably the case. Jesus was an apocalyptic preacher, first and foremost, but it was Paul that was a mystic, first and foremost. And indeed, we see that very truth in the writings, in his writings and the writings about him in the New Testament. And those writings that contain these mystical experiences are now backed by actual mystical Jewish texts from the Second Temple period and the late classical world. Paul was a mystic. And it appears that his very Jewish Merkava Chechelot mysticism, it changed the world forever. Now, of course, this isn't a theory I've just come up with on my own, far from it. There has been a mountain of extremely important scholarship since the studies on the Chechelot mysticism in early Christianity began to appear really in earnest in the 1980s and the 1990s following the publication of the critical edition of the Chechelot Merkava text. At this point, there is an amazing amount of literature on the topic, including extraordinarily specialized monographs by Siegel and Schaeffer and Tabor, Maury Jones, Arbel, De Vella, who's translated all of, or at least a major text of the Merkava tradition in English, along with many, many others. I'm going to put a list of scholars and volumes that I think you might want to start with in the description if you want to pursue this line of thinking for yourself. Not that you should accept what I'm saying, just consider it. In fact, I'm actually thinking about teaching an entire class on Merkava mysticism because I think it's just that important. If you're interested in taking a class on Merkava mysticism, let me know in the comments.
Waiting for Daddy, you big silly.
Until next time, thank you for watching Esoterica.
That's right. Daddy picked your clothes out for you.
Explore the arcane.
Oh, hey, history, buds, I got something for you.
And religion.
Hey. Bam, bro. What's that? Oh, beans. Yeah, we got to start them early because they've got a hammock in it. Yep. Yep, all of the rest.